From Kern Government Television, welcome to this week's Kern County Board of Supervisors meeting. Originating from the Kern County Administrative Center, located at 1115 Truxtun Avenue in Bakersfield, California. Grounded in ideas, energy, and innovation, Kern County's vision is to be a driving force for the world's fifth largest economy, and our mission is to exceed expectations of the communities we serve, changing the way they feel about government, those who manage it, and the services it provides. Today's Board of Supervisors meeting will convene momentarily.
Okay, we're going to call the meeting to order. Okay, good morning and welcome to the Tuesday, June 30th board meeting of the Kern County Board of Supervisors. We are going to begin with a roll call.
Supervisor Peters?
Here.
Supervisor Parlier? Supervisor Flores?
Here.
Supervisor Couch?
Here.
Supervisor Perez? Here.
Okay, we're going to begin with a salute to the flag, and I would like to invite up Mr. Jose Lopez to share some information about the veteran we'll be honoring this week.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Today we're going to do a little bit different. Unfortunately, this veteran no longer has the opportunity to be with us to honor his service. And immediately after this, I will be performing military honors at his service at Bakersfield National Cemetery. So I want to read a little bit about him. Robert Louis Bobby Lusher of Ridgecrest, California, passed away on June 17th of this year after a courageous battle with cancer that came as a result of his service in Iraq. A story that's all too often heard for veterans, not only of this era, but of past eras as well. He grew up in the community that he loved and graduated from Burroughs High in 1986. He continued at Cerro Coso and transferred to Washington State to pursue his BA. In 1989, he met Anne. What began as a chance meeting grew into a beautiful love story that lasted more than 36 and a half years. Together, they built a life centered on love, family, faith, and unwavering devotion to one another. Bobby dedicated his life to serving others throughout his entire career at the Naval Air Weapons Station, China Lake, where he worked for over 31 years. During those years, Bobby also answered another call to service by joining the Army National Guard as a parachute rigger. He loved the challenge and excitement of jumping from airplanes and was proud to serve his country. Following the tragedy of September 11th, 2001, Bobby felt compelled to do more. Because his National Guard unit was not scheduled for deployment, he sought another way to serve and transferred to the Navy Seabees. Shortly after, he deployed for a year in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Leaving his family was difficult, but Bobby believed deeply in service and sacrifice. When asked why he chose to go, he simply said, "I'm going so that others don't have to." For his military service, Bobby received numerous honors and awards, and while he was honored to receive these recognitions, he was most proud of serving his country and standing beside the men and women with whom he served. Those who knew Bobby will remember his strength, loyalty, and willingness to help anyone in need, especially animals. He was known for his quick wit, sharp sense of humor, and ability to make people laugh. Bobby had a gift for bringing his smiles to those around him. He was a devoted husband, proud father and grandfather, faithful friend, firefighter, veteran, and public servant. He lived a life marked by courage, humility, laughter, and love. Bobby is survived by his wife, Ann Lusher, daughter, Marshall, and sons, Lucas, Jacob, and Roby. Although Bobby's battle with cancer has ended, his example of courage, selflessness, and love will continue to inspire all who knew him. His legacy lives on in the family he cherished, the community he served, and the countless lives he touched. After the flag salute, I ask that we hold a moment of silence in his honor. Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez, for sharing that touching story with us. We'll move now to our next item on the agenda, which is the Pet of the Week. Good morning, Nick. Who do we have here today?
Good morning, Chairman Peters, member of the board. This is Lola.
Lola.
She's fascinated with this whole audience, it looks like. Lola, she's an older girl. She was surrendered by her owner who could no longer afford to care for her. She's about 7 years old. She's a Chihuahua mix. She's a senior dog. She's available for adoption right now at the Kern County Animal Shelter.
Awesome. Well, she looks pretty calm. Unlike some of the Chihuahuas we see in here, she's pretty relaxed. So.
She's a sweet girl.
All right. Well, thanks for coming down, and good luck, Lola. Before we move on to our next item, I wanted to announce that we have an interpreter available in the audience for anyone requiring translation of these proceedings from English to Spanish. Mr. Lopez, if you could come down to the podium and share that information, please.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Fernando López, estoy aquí para interpretarles el inglés al español y el español al inglés. Atrás en la mesa hay unos audífonos si necesitan utilizarlos. Gracias.
Thank you. Our budget hearing procedure is going to be a little different than normal. We're going to begin by hearing items 1, 2, 3, and 4 before we consider the consent agenda. However, I would like to read the consent agenda disclosure statement first. All budget unit items listed with a CA or C above the item are considered to be routine and non-controversial by county staff because they are funded 100% from state, federal, and/or other sources, or the department head has indicated that they concur with the county administrative office recommended budget as printed and have no additional comment. The CA represents the consent agenda for the Board of Supervisors. These consent items will be considered last and may be approved by one motion. If a member of the audience wishes to comment or ask questions regarding an item on the consent agenda, they may do so prior to a vote being taken. Members of the board may remove any item from the consent agenda, and it will be considered in listed sequence with an opportunity for any member of the public to address the board concerning the item before action is taken. Members of the public may also comment on any closed session items. The C represents the consent agenda for the Kern Sanitation Authority, Ford City Taft Heights Sanitation District, and In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority. These consent items will be considered at the conclusion of item number 4. So with that being said, we are now going to continue to item number 1, which is public presentations. This portion of the meeting is reserved for people to address the board on any matter not on this agenda, but under the jurisdiction of the board. Board members may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, ask questions for clarification, or make referral to staff for factual information. The board, or request staff to report back to the board at a later date. Also, the board may take action to direct staff to place matters of business on a future agenda. Speakers are limited to 2 minutes, and we ask that you please share your name before your presentation. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. God bless America. Good morning to the Board of Supervisors. My name is Charles Shin, S-H-I-N-N. 6 steps to corrupt voter outcomes. First step, dirty voter rolls. Consider this cash in the register. 5 areas should be continuously inspected to prevent bloat from getting out of control. Yet in February of this year, our elections department needed to send out 200,000 address verification cards to remedy a whopping 43% of our voter roll inactivity and undeliverables. Step 2, 100% universal mail ballots. This eliminates chain of custody requirements, which should be a violation of the law. It opens the door to criminal access and abuse. Step 3, ballot harvesting. This hides criminal entrepreneurs who pay for signatures, registrations, and ballot collection. This also eliminates chain of custody. Step 4, watered down signature verification. Secretary of State lowered the threshold in verifying signatures by mandating that every signature must start with the presumption that it is the voter signature, and you must then only find 2 points of similarity in passing it. That's absolutely no threshold at all. Step 5, third-party registration data provider. DFM Associates houses Kern registrations data in their EIMS software. This contains everybody's name, address, precincts, signatures, social security numbers, and driver's licenses. In February of 2024, we caught someone adding 54,000 registrants to our voter rolls in one day. They were removed 3 weeks later, but who knows if they were the same individuals that were added. Step 6, third-party voter tabulation. This is where your paper vote is turned into a digital number, which is then held beyond hand counting the receipts to verify actual digital representation equals the total paper count before certification. I pray that our supervisors hopefully pick a ROV with the same spirit of independence from Sacramento as our 250th celebration from England deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shin. And moving forward, just for everybody's, just so we're all fair, I'm going to be very strict about holding everybody to the 2-minute timeline. We have a lot of speakers that we're going to need to get through today, make sure everybody can be heard. So please try and keep that 2-minute timeline in mind. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Don Miller, M-I-L-L-E-R. Convenience in elections is not to our benefit. Most of the frustrations with California elections stem from California's own laws, its election code. California Democratic lawmakers have designed the system, and it's been many years in the making. Back in 1998, California eliminated the absentee ballot and encouraged a no-excuse permanent vote-by-mail status. Its popularity has grown every year, and currently more than 80% of votes are cast by mail-in ballot, and convenience continues to be king. Problems created include increased processing time requiring 40 temp hires with no fidelity to our elections or this county, 100,000 floating ballots vulnerable to misuse in Kern, paper costs of over $500,000, and a broken chain of custody. In 2014, California DMV began issuing driver's license to non-citizens with a direct path to voter registration. At the same time, California elected officials, including the Secretary of State, were barred from accessing Department of Motor Vehicles and Department of Homeland Security information regarding non-citizens and illegal aliens, leaving no way to determine citizenship status of a registrant other than self-identification. Problems include non-citizens are often not language proficient, an unclear opt-out balance process, flipping voters out of party affiliations with no party preference, and many non-citizens are unaware they are registering to vote. The DMV, welfare, healthcare, and other government programs are registering voters, excluding any meaningful oversight, leading directly to wasteful, inefficient, and unsecured elections. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dennis McLean, good morning, board. Convenience is not our benefit. AB 1421 Motor Voter Program provided automatic voter registration for each person who submits an application for a driver's license or identification card. In 2018, the DMV admitted to clerical errors affecting over 105,000 registrants within months after implementation. Yet we have no means to track their errors. SB 439 allowed same-day registration on election days. Problems include immediate provisional status, delaying processing, reconciliation, and certification, lacks citizenship verification, backed up many lines as seen in 2024 when 5,050 same-day registrants with only 20 not counted. AB 1921, ballot harvesting allowed an unlimited number of mail-in ballots to be turned in by anyone, and they can be turned in anywhere in the state. This eliminated the chain of custody, a verifiable path of a ballot from the moment the voter makes the mark to when it's counted. Problems include no longer noticeable difference between harvest drops and illegal activity. Pay to vote, as seen in homeless, $1 to $5 ballots for the ballots. Vulnerable to collecting blank ballots and harvesters mark them. Non-citizen illegal voting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Try to keep this thing rolling. Jess Sanders, good morning, Board. Convenience is not our friend. The biggest culprit in California is the voter roll. Poorly maintained voter cal system first came into online in late 2016, years after the state required an established digital statewide electronic roll. It was never certified by a third party as being compliant with the Help America Vote Act requirements. Instead, the Secretary of State, Alex Padilla, self-certified the system in-house. It has been plagued with inaccuracies from the beginning. Problems include non-human verification, only software-to-software updates, ROV marking false birth dates, placeholders, dead voters, and out-of-state, out-of-county voters, voters with only P.O. boxes. That's over 100,000 votes that are going to a P.O. box. No birthplace, unqualified voters, potential ballots for people nefariously voting. Federal law requires most inactive voters' registrations to be removed from the voter rolls after 2 general federal elections. A new voter lawsuit by Judicial Watch alleges, based on admissions in prior Judicial Watch litigation, that 873,092 voter registrations have been remained on the continuously inactive for at least 3 federal elections, and some much longer than that. 873,092 votes can very easily sway an election. They're not supposed to be there, and it leaves it very accessible to those that would like to use them. Thank you.
Good morning, Board and staff. Andy Hensel, HEN-SEL. The convenience of voting by mail is not to our benefit. Motivated by COVID in 2020, California passed AB 860, which mandated all active registered voters received a vote by mail ballot. Ballots postmarked by Election Day were accepted up to 17 days after Election Day. This extended grace period enabled election manipulation after totals became public and severely undermined the validity of our elections and the ability to trust the elections process. The result was approximately 500,000 ballots were sent to the last known address of voters that had been unreachable for the past 12 years, and most for decades longer. These ballots are ripe for abuse. In 2021, the California legislature passed AB 37 and SB 29, making universal vote-by-mail ballots mailed to all active voters permanent for all future elections. This, coupled with poorly maintained voter rolls, is responsible for millions of unclaimed ballots mailed and available for manipulation. AB 477 established the curing process for unsigned ballot envelopes and for those with signatures that do not match those on file. This curing process now extends 28 days, 2 days prior to the 30-day election certification. Most voters are not responsive to the county's curing notifications, and elections can be won or lost based on these uncured ballots. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Russell Person, P-E-R-S-O-N. Convenience is not our benefit. In absence of any official postal date stamp, a handwritten date on the envelope is now acceptable as evidence of date mailed. SB 503 compromised an already subjective signature verification procedure for mailed-in ballot envelopes. It specified that an exact match to the voter's signature on the envelope is not required. It lowered the criteria for acceptance and established roadblocks for signature rejection. Without a viable signature verification process, citizens can have no trust in elections. Democratic legislators are not done. SB 851 lowered election system standards and removed the reporting requirement for any errors or system failures. And SB 73 prohibits law enforcement for accessing or investigating election systems. The fox is in the henhouse. If Californians want change in their elections, if they want more secure, efficient, transparent elections, they'll need to elect honest lawmakers.
Good morning, Chairman Peters, Board. Jim Robinson, R-O-B-I-N-S-O-N. I would direct you to a letter that you have there at the top of which reads, Robert Paul Preston, Governor Pro Tempore, New California State. This was I attempted to deliver this to the Board of Supervisors, also to the Sheriff, and to the Registrar of Voters. Oddly enough, the Registrar of Voters was the only one who would accept it. It's a notice and request to be heard, and I am requesting the Board to direct the Registrar of Voters to respond to the request for information below. I invite your attention to California Election Code Section 16100D, which states in part, any elector of a county, city, or any political subdivision of either may contest any election heard therein for any of the following causes. In this particular instance, item D, illegal votes were cast. The factual basis of my request is that it is common knowledge that there's been a flood of illegal aliens into the state of California, its counties, cities, and school districts. These non-citizens have apparently been allowed to register with the Department of Motor Vehicles. With that registration, these non-citizens have been provided with voter registration and election ballots. It is also common knowledge that investigative reporters have discovered that some illegal alien or non-citizens have in fact voted. Providing these non-citizens voter registration and election ballot gives you, the members of the Board of Supervisors and the Registrar of Voters, the legal basis to set aside the election and deny its certification due to the number of illegal voters as set forth in California Election Code 16100, specifically subsection D. These incontrovertible facts give the Sheriff, Donnie Youngblood, not only the right but the obligation to investigate voter fraud. If the Board and Registrar certify the election, they will be committing a felony. To the Board and the Registrar, would you please provide me with this process and identify the officers, employees, and volunteers engaged in the collection and counting of ballots, including the disqualification of ballots and voter verification. As a voter in this state,
Sir,
as a servant of the letter named below, we object to our vote.
We're pretty well over the time limit. Thank you. I did have a question. Did you say that you tried to submit this to the Board of Supervisors and the board didn't accept it?
They directed me to send it to the council. I gave it to the county council.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So, yeah, we've got
This
our
was
copies up
not a
here.
legal action. This is merely a letter that is going to precede legal action.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Mercy Pena, and I'm speaking regarding the requesting an adoption resolution approving for the month of June as traditional nuclear family. I submitted my notes to you all, and I wanted to just speak from it. From the beginning of time, mothers have always been unique in providing care and nutrients during childhood. Thus, they cannot be replaced, and separation can have an impact on the child's development. Children from motherless homes are more likely to develop emotional issues, personality disorders like narcissistic personality or borderline personality disorders are more commonly in children who grow up without a mother. And the traditional nuclear family consists of one husband, one wife, and a biological adopted or a foster child as God's design for family structure and has been the bedrock of society since the creation of the world. The traditional family was the basis building blocks in our society throughout the formative years, and the traditional nuclear family built the United States of America and created prosperity within our nation. Fatherless families are 4 times more likely to live in poverty than married coupled families. 75% of youth our substance abuse centers come from fatherless homes. Children from fatherless homes are more likely to have mental health and behavioral issues. 60% of youth suicides are from fatherless homes. 71% of high school dropouts are from fatherless homes. Fatherless youth are 3 to 20 times more likely to be incarcerated. 75% of youths in prisons come from fatherless homes. In 2026, a study by Peter Langman in the psychology behind the 56 school shooters, 82 2% of the shooters were raised on unstable family environments and without both biological parents together. Again, I just wanted to go ahead and reiterate that I did submit it, and I would like to make a similar resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Board. It's a little warm in here. I don't have my readers on, so this is going to be interesting. And why is my time ticking when I haven't even given my name?
You're sharing a lot.
Oh my God, the color of love. Because my hair is curly and my skin is rather dark, don't give me your reasons to make me leave the park. You see, this park belongs to me as much as it does to you, so hop back on your horse, your high horse, and find better things to do. I'm going to sit upon the bench. I'm going to feed the doves. I'm going to drink from the fountain. I'm going to share my love with everyone I talk to and everyone I see, because God our Father, they're all the same to me. I'm not choosing colors of the people that I meet or talking to the very few who have shoes upon their feet. What does clothes and color have to do with love? Should I decide what food to give to each and every dove? None of them are quite the same, yet feed them all. And so many would be hungry if I didn't come at all. And keep another thing in mind as you gallop on your way. God spread lots of color on each and every day. Why, there's color in our flowers, in rainbows, in sunsets too, and that's why he gave colors to you, and you, and you, and you. My name is Janine Adams, Jeanine, last name Adams. Happy Juneteenth.
Okay. Next speaker, please.
Hello, hello, Paul Infesti, District 3. As a Kern County citizen who's concerned that the board might not be on top of court rulings pertaining to our elections unless we, the public, inform them, I felt it was my duty to show up this morning and report that the U.S. Supreme Court ruled yesterday that states can indeed accept mail-in ballots past Election Day, provided they are postmarked no later than that actual Election Day. Every vote by those eligible have the right to be counted and even cured if necessary. That's a principle that California has always followed, and the 30-day deadline has been standard in California for many years. Let's not confuse races being called by the media as the same thing as county officials giving their official final totals. Let's also not forget that data analysis by the conservative Heritage Foundation, which was looking for fraud, found that with elections from 1999 to 2023, there were 77 cases of non-citizens who successfully cast a ballot over 24 years, 10 cases of undocumented immigrants who voted, and with 1 billion plus ballots estimated, the total votes cast in the US during that period, that works out with minuscule a percentage of only 0.0000764% of all votes. And former Republican Congressman Joe Walsh said, Trump's claims that the 2020 election was stolen and rigged are just that, lies. I come from the right, and my former colleagues on the right know we have the best and most secure elections in the world. But they can't say that because Trump has convinced his base that voter fraud is rampant. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Okay, I'm not seeing any additional public speakers. We are going to move now to item number 2. That is board member announcements or reports. And I would like to begin by asking the board to adjourn today's meeting in honor of a good friend of mine named Mike Pettit, Mike Parker Pettit was a lifelong Kern County resident who passed away on June 21st, 2026 at the age of 64. Born in Bakersfield on March 7th, 1962, Mike dedicated his life to serving others, his family, and his community. A standout athlete at Foothill High School, he went on to serve 20 years with the Kern County Fire Department, earning the respect of his colleagues through his commitment and professionalism. Following his retirement, he pursued his lifelong passion for cattle ranching and later co-founded Santa Carrata Beef with his son Justin, building a business rooted in hard work, integrity, and generosity. Above all, Mike was a devoted family man. He was a proud father to his sons Justin and Brandon, and a loving grandfather to his 5 grandchildren. He faced his final battle with cancer with remarkable strength and faith, spending his last months surrounded by those he loved most. Mike will be remembered for a life defined by faith, service, hard work, and kindness, and he leaves behind a legacy that will continue to inspire all who knew him. So in recognition of his service to Kern County and the lasting impacts on his community, I ask that we adjourn today's meeting in his memory. Are there any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, not seeing any. We'll move now to item number 4, and that is, oh, I'm sorry, I skipped right over 3. Thank you. Item number 3 is response to the June 16th, 2026 referral regarding public health inspections with immigration detention facilities. And for that, I will turn over to our Director of Public Health, Brent Kerrigan.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Bryn Kerrigan, and I serve as your Director of Kern County Public Health. I am joined this morning by Amy Rutledge, Assistant Director of Kern County Public Health. The item before your board this morning is a presentation in response to your June 16th, 2026 referral requesting a public discussion regarding public health inspections of immigration detention facilities and the county's authority and responsibilities related to those facilities. There are currently 8 active immigration detention facilities operating within the state of California, 4 of which are located in Kern County. The 4 facilities located in Kern County are California Detention Center California City Detention Center located in California City, Mesa Verde ICE Processing Center located in Bakersfield, and Golden State Annex and Central Valley Annex, both located in McFarland. The primary federal agency responsible for the operation, enforcement, and oversight of these facilities is the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement Enforcement and Removal Operations Division, commonly referred to as ICE ERO. Federal oversight extends beyond ICE ERO and includes multiple components within the Department of Homeland Security. ICE and the Department of Homeland Security oversee detention facility inspections and compliance reviews. The Department of Homeland Security Office of Inspector General, the Office of the Immigration Detention Ombudsman, and the ICE Office of Detention Oversight conduct inspections, audits, and investigations of detention facilities. Additionally, Department of Homeland Security Office for Civil Rights and Civil Liberties conducts on-site investigations in response to allegations raised by detainees or other stakeholders regarding conditions of confinement and civil rights concerns. In addition to federal oversight, the California legislature enacted Assembly Bill 103 in 2017, which requires the California Attorney General to conduct reviews of county, local, and privately operated facilities that house individuals detained for federal civil immigration proceedings. The law is codified in Government Code Section 12532 and is currently scheduled to remain in effect through July 1st, 2027, unless extended by future legislation, which I will discuss later in this presentation. Under AB 103, the Attorney General's review includes conditions of confinement, the standard of care provided to detainees, including access to medical and mental health services, due process protections afforded to detainees, and the circumstances surrounding apprehension and transfer into detention facilities. To fulfill these responsibilities, the California Department of Justice conducts facility inspections, reviews records and policies, analyzes detainee records and operational documentation, interviews facility staff, and conducts interviews with detained individuals. The Department of Justice subsequently publishes reports containing findings and recommendations regarding detention conditions throughout the state. It is important to note that AB 103 does not grant the Attorney General authority to directly operate detention facilities or enforce federal immigration detention standards. Rather, the purpose of the legislation is to provide transparency regarding conditions and to identify potential health, safety, and due process concerns. Since enactment of AB 103, the California Department of Justice has issued 5 statewide reports evaluating immigration detention facilities operating in California. Reports were issued in 2019, 2021, 2022, 2025, and 2026. This is the most recent report issued in 2026. The most recent report, released on May 15th, 2026, is a comprehensive 175-page review of all 7 immigration detention facilities that operated under contract with ICE during calendar year 2025. According to the report, the Department of Justice utilized a multidisciplinary review team consisting of DOJ personnel and correctional and healthcare experts. The review process included facility tours, analysis of operational records, policies and procedures, detainee files, an interview with facility staff, and 194 detained individuals. The report highlighted a number of concerns at every facility. The report acknowledges that it's the federal government's obligation and responsibility to ensure facility operators comply with federal detention standards and uphold detainee civil rights. The report also stated that Cal DOJ will continue to monitor these facilities, including Central Valley Annex, that began accepting detainees after Cal DOJ inspections were concluded, and any new facility that begins operation in California. The 2026 report followed a December 19, 2025 correspondence from Attorney General Rob Bonta to the United States Department of Homeland Security, ICE, and CoreCivic regarding conditions at the California City Detention Facility. In that correspondence, the Attorney General asserted that the federal government and its contractor have a legal obligation to ensure detainee safety and comply with applicable detention standards and constitutional requirements, and urged corrective action to address the identified concerns. On August 19, 2024, Governor Gavin Newsom signed Senate Bill 1132 into law. This legislation amended Health and Safety Code Section 101045, which historically required county health officers to inspect health and sanitary conditions in county jails, publicly operated detention facilities, and private work furlough programs. SB 1132 expanded the statute to authorize county health officers to investigate private detention facilities, including immigration detention facilities. However, Health and Safety Code Section 101045 does not provide counties with enforcement authority related to findings resulting from these inspections. Rather, the statute requires the health officer to submit a report to the Board of State and Community Corrections, the person in charge of the detention facility, and your board. While this reporting structure is appropriate for county jail inspections, it presents practical challenges when applied to private detention facilities because those facilities are not regulated by the Board of State and Community Corrections. Title 15 of the California Code of Regulations establishes the minimum health and safety standards for correctional facilities in California. Under Health and Safety Code Section 101045, Kern County Public Health conducts inspections of local jails to determine compliance with those Title 15 requirements. Immigration detention facilities, however, operate under federal detention standards rather than Title 15. Depending on the terms of their operating contract, immigration detention facilities must comply with either the 2011 Performance-Based National Detention Standards, known as PBNDS, or the 2025 National Detention Standards, known as NDS. These federal standards differ from the state standards that Kern County Public Health is required to evaluate during its inspections. Our inspections are conducted using standardized checklists developed and provided by the Board of State and Community Corrections. Inspectors document each requirement as compliant, or not applicable, and provide a written explanation for any non-compliance. The inspection checklist consists of 3 primary components: environmental health, nutritional health, and medical and mental health. These inspections are primarily focused on verifying that the facility has appropriate policies and procedures in place for these categories. This includes reviewing policies related to medical assessments and care, nutrition and food access, and maintenance and sanitation. The scope of these inspections are limited. We do not interview or interact with inmates or detainees, review medical records, evaluate clinical care, or inspect medications beyond verifying that first aid kits are appropriately stocked and that supplies have not expired. If a facility fails to meet standards, our team simply notates observations in the checklist and files the report. The county's role is inspection and documentation, not oversight or enforcement. It is also important to note that following enactment of SB 1132, but prior to its effective date, litigation was filed by the GEO Group against California Attorney General Rob Bonta, Governor Gavin Newsom, and Kern County Public Health Officer Dr. Christopher Lyon, challenging the new law. Separate from SB 1132, Kern County Public Health currently regulates certain permitted activities occurring within these facilities through our Environmental Health Division. Specifically, California City Detention Facility maintains 4 environmental health permits. They are permitted as a food facility, a hazardous materials business plan, an above-ground storage tank, and a small quantity hazardous waste generator. Their food facility was inspected on January 15th, 2026, March 17th, 2026, and June 18th, 2026. There were no violations observed in the most recent inspection. All 3 hazardous materials permits were inspected on June 18th, 2026. There were 4 minor violations observed during the business plan inspection, 2 Class 2 or moderate violations observed during the hazardous waste generator inspection, and 1 minor violation observed during the above-ground storage tank inspection.
Director Kerrigan, just to interrupt you for 1 second, I think Supervisor Perez had a question about that last slide.
Just want to make sure I'm clear. I'm sorry if I missed it. Who conducted these environmental health permit inspections?
My team conducted these inspections.
On the dates listed here?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
The facility has until July 18th, 2026 to correct hazardous materials related violations. Golden State Annex maintains 1 environmental health permit as a food facility, which was inspected on September 23rd, 2025 and January 9th, 2026. The most recent inspection observed 1 non-critical violation. Mesa Verde maintains 1 environmental health permit as a food facility, which was inspected on September 3rd, 2025, February 27th, 2026, and June 25th, 2026. There were no violations observed during the most recent inspection. And Central Valley Annex maintains 1 environmental health permit as a food facility, which was inspected on September 23rd, 2025, April 27th, 2026, and June 25th, 2026. The most recent inspection observed 1 non-critical violation. Our Environmental Health Division conducts inspections of activities covered under these permits and possesses enforcement authority for violations occurring within the scope of these permitted activities. This authority exists independently of SB 1132. Furthermore, litigation was filed in federal court by the California Collaborative for Immigrant Justice and the American Civil Liberties Union on behalf of detainees housed at the California City Detention Center. In that case, the court granted a preliminary injunction requiring the appointment of a qualified, independent, third-party external monitor for a period of 120 days, subject to renewal by a court. The court ordered the external monitor to assess compliance with requirements related to adequate healthcare staffing, comprehensive medical intake screening within 12 hours of arrival, thorough initial medical evaluations by a primary care provider, timely approval of and access to medical specialists, timely and responsive emergency medical services, continuity of medical care upon intake and throughout detention, timely access to prescribed medications, and a responsive medical sick call request system. Upon completion of the monitoring period, the court-appointed monitor will submit a report assessing the facility's compliance with the court's order. There are also two pieces of pending state legislation that may further affect oversight of immigration detention facilities. First, Senate Bill 995 would authorize the Office of the State Fire Marshal, the California Department of Public Health, the State Water Resources Control Board, and the Department of Industrial Relations, including Cal-OSHA, to conduct periodic inspections of involuntary residential facilities to evaluate compliance with applicable health, safety, building, environmental, and labor standards. The bill would require facilities to provide access for inspections beginning no later than January 1st, 2027, and annually thereafter. It would also establish civil penalties of up to $25,000 per day for noncompliance and would authorize state agencies to suspend or revoke state-issued permits and certifications. Second, Senate Bill 1399 would remove the sunset provision contained in AB 103, thereby permanently extending California's requirement for Attorney General oversight and reporting of immigration detention facilities. In conclusion, inspections conducted under SB 1132 would be substantially narrower in scope than comprehensive reviews already being conducted and publicly reported by the California Department of Justice under AB 103 and by the third-party external monitor ordered by the court. The county's authority under SB 1132 is limited to inspection and reporting. The statute does not provide enforcement authority for findings resulting from those inspections. As a result, any local inspection would largely duplicate on a smaller scale work that has already been completed and reported on through the California Department of Justice's required review process. Pending legislation, if passed, gives multiple state agencies not only the authority to inspect these facilities, but also the enforcement authority to ensure the noted violations are corrected and penalize the facilities for any delay in correction. Additionally, given the litigation that followed the enactment of SB 1132, it is reasonable to anticipate the possibility of future legal challenges involving counties that elect to conduct inspections under the statute. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, this concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. We'll bring it back to the board, and we have a few supervisors punched in. We'll start with Supervisor Perez.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I just have a quick question. I know we got a lot of public comment, and I didn't know a lot of this. Thank you for your, I think, very thorough presentation and bringing us up to date. What can the county do that isn't already being done, or that would be different than what's allowed or what's currently happening?
Supervisor Perez, through the chair, we have no authority to do anything beyond what is already being done, and it would be done on a much more limited scale than what is being done at the state level.
Are you in any communication with the Attorney General on these matters? Does he communicate with, given that we're 50% of the detentions in California, Kern County, you know, I would think or hope that there would be some communication there. Is there a line of communication? Do you feel like you can reach out to him with concerns? What is that relationship like?
No, ma'am, there has been no communication with the Attorney General on this. We have received the letters that have been sent to both the federal government and to the operators of these detention facilities. So we're aware of the communications that are happening from the Attorney General's office to these facilities, but we're not actively communicating directly with the Attorney General on these facilities.
Okay, did you evaluate the report that came out of the AG's visit?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you think about it?
I felt like it was very comprehensive and thorough. I felt like they had a number of experts involved in the review process that we don't have within our department or have the ability to evaluate. It is very comprehensive. It evaluates multiple areas that go beyond the scope of what Kern County Public Health would be able to evaluate.
Understood. That's all for now. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Flores.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Kerrigan, for that overview as well. I found it interesting that you weaved in legal analysis and lawsuits throughout your presentation, and you ended on that with a discussion of potential future lawsuits. But in your presentation, you mentioned after the enactment of SB 1132 that GEO sued, you said, the governor and Kern County. Did you say that?
Supervisor Flores, through the chair, yes, that is correct. The GEO Group, which is an operator of a couple of the detention facilities within Kern County, sued Rob Bonta, Governor Gavin Newsom, and the Kern County Public Health Officer, Dr. Chris Lyon.
Thank you. And then, so I don't know if this is a question for County Council for you, Ms. Kerrigan. What's the status of that initial lawsuit against us? And then why were we sued when we've not gone out there?
Supervisor Flores, through the chair, the status of that lawsuit has been dismissed at this time. It doesn't mean that they can't refile, but at this point in time, it's been dismissed. It was dismissed with leave to amend, and it was not amended.
Okay. So do you know what the context is, though, for that? Even though it's been dismissed, what was the initial context for that lawsuit against us when we've not gone out there?
It was right when the law first was enacted, so it was really a preemptive lawsuit that was filed.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have right now.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Flores. Any other questions or comments from the board?
That's good, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to Director Kerrigan and your team for this presentation. I think it's been really helpful for us to hear as well as the public. So I will go ahead and open it up now for any public comment on this item.
Am I allowed to speak on this particular topic?
Yes, sir.
Well, very good. I don't know the protocol. May I address Madam Director?
Normally, you just speak to the board and then make your comments, and then we can refer questions.
I'd like to go ahead and establish whether or not a line item cost analysis was done, not only of this investigation, but of Kern County's investment into keeping these facilities going per the statutory requirements. I was wondering if that had been, if there was an actual cost breakdown of those two things, this particular investigation and the normal day-to-day activities of Kern County in relation to that.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll refer that to Public Health if you guys have any. I don't know. Well, I'll just let you guys respond to that.
Mr. Chair, I don't have a response to that question at this time.
Understood. Thanks.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Supervisors. My name is Mary Helen Barrow. I live at 201 Jefferson Street here in Bakersfield. I've been following the violations by the GEO Group and the abuses by this corporation in detention centers for years. They're infamous. In San Diego, I think they're trying to get rid of them. The company is based out of Florida. There are multiple abuses, sexual abuses, medical abuses. They take away their medications to punish them. It's an abusive company, and I would like Kern County to consider getting another contractor to handle our detention facilities, like they're doing in San Diego and other counties around the United States. The GEO Group is an infamous, disrespectful, abusive organization, and they've got a terrible reputation. I've been following their abuses off and on for at least 5 to 10 years. So this is not new. The GEO Group is a terrible organization, and we shouldn't even be doing business with them. And we should find another honorable organization to supervise and manage our detention facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I should refer this to our CAO or to public health, but just for a little clarification, it seems there's maybe some misunderstanding with the public on what our role is in these facilities being operated by a certain entity.
Mr. Chairman, I can just add that the GEO Group is not, they're not contracted by the county. They're contracted with the federal group. So it would be not at this venue.
Understood. Thank you.
We may have a solution to all of these groups. If we didn't have so many illegal aliens here, we wouldn't need these facilities at all. If we could take the ones that are caught, the illegals that are caught, and ship them to the country and have facilities there from where they came, our tax dollars wouldn't be paying the billions of dollars to protect our borders and supply needs for these people. So I don't agree that they should be housed thick or unsanitarily. So if we can get them out of the country as fast as possible, we'll eliminate overpopulation in these facilities. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, good morning, Board. Good morning, Director Kerrigan. My name is Ana Huerta. I am a resident of Kern County, born and raised here. This is my home, Bakersfield Drillers, class of 2006. I'm also a senior attorney with the California Collaborative for Immigrant Justice, and I'm here today to tell you that SB 1132 states clearly that a county or city health officer may inspect these private detention facilities as they determine necessary. The Board of Supervisors actually has no legal authority to block that inspection, and to be quite honest, no good reason to stand in its way. The state of California has 8 privately operated immigration detention facilities, and to be clear, Kern County holds 4 of them. Again, we hold half of the immigration detention facilities in the state, including the largest in the state, which is California City Detention Facility. People detained in these detention facilities are residents of Kern County by virtue of their involuntary detention here within our county bounds. And they have reported serious problems, including denial of medical care, untreated injuries, weeks-long confinement after showing emotional distress, overuse of segregated confinement, and inadequate responses to multiple disease outbreaks. These are exactly the types of conditions a public health inspection exists to examine. And it is clear such inspection is overdue. We need clarification is no longer a reason to wait. The author of the law has already provided such clarification, and I have here a letter from Senator Durazo's office to the California State Department of Public Health that I'm willing to hand over today and can be emailed to each of you. Public health is an issue for all residents of Kern County, not just individuals in detention. And these staff go home to our neighborhoods. These are visitors, attorneys, contractors that come and go throughout these facilities, and protecting the people inside protects the families and workers and residents of Kern County as a whole as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Adolis Huerta, and I'm speaking for the Adolis Huerta Foundation. And I just want to remind the Board of Supervisors that the people that are in the detention centers are the people that picked our food, took care of our children, you know, worked in our hotels, worked in our restaurants, did our construction, did our landscaping. These are the people that actually serve the community. I don't think any of us ever thought that we would see this day arrive when in our United States of America that we would have people in concentration camps and detention centers. Unfortunately, that is the case that we see here today. But we have to remember that these are human beings. These are people. These are mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters. And we do have a responsibility, not only for what they have given to all of us in the past, so to make sure that they are taken care of, that they are healthy, and they are in conditions that they had nothing to anticipate that this would be happening to them. And we also have to remember that it's important to keep those places healthy, because the people that work in those detention centers, they actually come back into the community. And when we are not careful to make sure that we do not have disease that will multiply and that will hurt people, that somehow that they are contained. We know that the Board of Supervisors has all of the authority that they need. They don't need any more authority. But it is really, really important that you take that authority and responsibility seriously. It's not just about authority, it's about responsibility, and we would call upon the Board of Supervisors to make sure that detention centers are inspected, and whatever authority that you can also invoke to make sure that the people that are taken care of, that they get the medications that they need.
Thank you for your comments.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Sure, Supervisor Perez.
Thank you. Dolores, have you had the opportunity, Dolores, can I ask you a question? It's nice to see you. Thank you for being here. Dolores, have you talked to Rob Bonta about his inspection of the facility? The recent one, as we just learned about a few moments ago? Because I have not, for the record.
No, I haven't, but I will.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Dolores.
Okay.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, I'm Eddie Lane, and I volunteer with Quasi. We're all volunteers. I'm handing for review by County Council the 18-page Bakersfield Police Report from May 6, 2025 regarding a broken finger in Mesa Verde. This report was finalized on May 6, 2025 after being started on April 9, less than 1 month. Did the city of Bakersfield send numerous letters to federal government or state government regarding jurisdictional issues before investigating? No. Did the city of Bakersfield take seriously a report of a broken finger? Yes. Did the city of Bakersfield consider the health and safety of this detainee? Yes. For months and months, the county of Kern has received repeated reports regarding a lack of basic medical care in California City's ICE Detention Center, individuals passing out for lack of necessary medication, including one passing out because of epileptic seizures, reports of unsanitary drinking water, reports of rats in cells, a report of untreated cataracts, leaving a detainee nearly blind, a report of an untreated and painful hernia. The list goes on and on. The response? Passing the buck. Let me say that again. The response? Passing the buck. To use legalisms or bureaucratic excuses to avoid inspecting or even visiting, as we requested, the California City Detention Center is inexcusable. When public officials offer themselves for elections, they meet with and listen to all residents of California City, whether they're under 18, whether they're registered or not. Yet, not one member of this board has been willing to visit a human being in California City. What does Mother Teresa say? I see God in every human being. Well, if you're unwilling to see a human being suffering in California City, are you missing seeing God?
And next speaker, please.
Janine Adams, I'm also part of the Quasi group. I've also seen the human beings in California City. Only as a visitor, not into the main area. It's kind of like what you see in the movies. There's like these banks, and then there's plexiglass, and you cannot actually touch the person or them touch you. They are deprived of even a human touch. So we put our hand up against the glass, and they put their hand up against our glass, our fingers, and we say, we are here for you because we love you. We're on a telephone. The only way we can talk to them is on a telephone, just like you've seen in the movies, okay? And what is so disturbing to me is that my supervisor, Parlier, is not at his seat at this critical time. That is a travesty. I just went up to his office. The first time I got there, they didn't want to talk to me, so they told the person at the front, oh, they're not there. I said, very good information to me to pass on to the voters. Then I went back a few moments ago, and what do you know? Somebody must have come back from the bathroom. Well, praise be to God, okay? And I mean, seriously, I'm just trying to talk to my supervisor who's not here. So I told them, I left a message for the scheduler of Mr. Parlier, who keeps avoiding me. He has been reelected. He is not up for reelection, bid passed now, such as Mr. Flores. So basically, what I'm here to say is we need to hold our supervisors accountable for being human beings, for being there for human beings. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Susan Stewart. I live in Tehachapi. I'm also a retired teacher. I taught at the Ventura Youth Correctional Facility under California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. I had occasion to visit one of the GEO prisons about 10 years ago as a volunteer. And I gotta tell you, as a CDCR employee, seeing how things were in a GEO group prison astounded me. It seemed like they had hardly any regulations. CDCR, we got a department of regulations that's about this thick. So, but also when I was at CDCR, I was a union steward. We focused a lot on health and safety, and I was there during COVID. And I want to say, in a prison system, when a communicable disease breaks out, it can spread like wildfire, and then the employees take it back into the community. So it's not just being altruistic to have additional health inspections. It benefits all of us. But in addition to that, as a Christian, I know that Jesus would want us to do everything we possibly could to help the people who are imprisoned, who are marginalized, who are immigrants, who are sick, and he would want us to do the absolute best we can. So I'm asking you, please, to support our health officer in using the authority of Senate Bill 1132 to do inspections and set a date when the inspections will start. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Valerie Pinto. I just have a quick question. Is this now a good time? Can I make a public comment regarding the 2026-2027 budget?
Strictly about the detention facility issue right
Will
now.
that be discussed today?
Yes, that's the next item.
Okay, awesome.
Okay,
Well,
thank you.
I also did want to speak on, what was just mentioned, and, I work with a keto care, so we're an ECM program, an enhanced care management program, and we work with Kern family, and we target folks who are, from either unhoused or with substance use or severe mental illness, and, a lot of the times, a lot of these folks are also within these detention centers, and regardless if they're citizens or not, their medical needs should be taken into consideration across the board equally. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, board. And my name is Demian Bautista. I come on behalf of the Dolores Huerta Foundation. And I really appreciate this opportunity to speak with you today. As someone who spent years of organizing alongside immigrant families here in the Central Valley, I've seen firsthand experience of how fear, uncertainty, the lack of transparency affect our communities. That's why I'm here today asking you to use the authority that SB 1132 provides. Kern County is home to 4 immigration detention centers, including California City Immigration Detention Center, the largest immigration detention center in the state. Thousands of people pass through these facilities, and when concerns are raised about access to medical care, sanitation, infectious disease prevention, and emergency preparedness, these concerns deserve an independent review. They deserve transparency. Public health doesn't stop at the doors of detention centers. The health and safety of these detained individuals, staff, contractors, visitors, when these are questions about conditions inside these facilities, the public deserves answers based on facts and not just assumptions. SB 1132 gives public health officials the authority to inspect these facilities because protecting public health is exactly what they are trained and entrusted to do. I encourage this board not to shy away from these responsibilities, but to exercise the authority that legislation has already given. Transparency builds trust, accountability strengthens public institutions. Conducting these inspections is not about politics. It's about ensuring that safety and health standards are being met and that the local government is fulfilling the responsibility to the people of Kern County. I respectfully urge you, the board, to move forward with these inspections under SB 1132 and demonstrate that protecting public health applies to every facility operating in this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Emma de la Rosa. I am a resident of District 3, Supervisor Flores' district. I'm here today on my own capacity and as a volunteer for the Rapid Response Network of Kern. I would like to request some clarification for the benefit of the board and for the benefit of the public. Earlier it was stated in one of the last slides that these detention centers do not fall under Section 15 or Title 15, it was mentioned. If you could go back to the slide later, maybe we can provide clarification. However, in the law 1132, it states the last line, Government Code 10105, Section D, Health and Safety Code, private detention facilities have the same meaning as in Section 7230 of the Government Code. So I just would like to have clarification as to what the difference is between this detention center, which is a private detention center, to the other detention centers that are applicable under Title 15. If you can please describe that, provide a clarification. I think it's also a little, there's a lack of transparency in the sense that the minor violations that were recorded were not described during this meeting. There should be information shared with the public as to what those minor violations are, regardless of how minor those are. And lastly, I'd like to request that the report that needs to be submitted to the Board of State and Community Corrections be provided to the public as well, be added to the minutes for this agenda item so that the public has the ability to review the report. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Supervisor Perez.
Ms. De La Rosa, which report are you referring to when you say that should be accessible to the public? We've made so many references, so I just want to be clear.
1132, I can't remember the section of it, states that the health officer will have to submit a report following the inspection to this Board of State and Community Corrections.
Okay, got it.
So I'm requesting that that report be available to the public, please.
Okay, and you mean by inspections that have already occurred?
Any and all inspections
Got
if
it.
possible. Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ellen Schaffhauser, and I've been up here 3 times previous in mentioning about working with Valley Watch Network, where we actually meet the former detainees that come out of the office, and we help them to get home. And it seems that the descriptions that they have told me and other people that I work with of what the facility's health conditions are quite different from what's been reported. So it would be worth it to actually get some real reports from people who actually have been in there and have now been released, not because they were illegally here, they were abducted, and I mentioned that word before. They're legally here, and the reason they've been released is because of habeas corpus, that they didn't get habeas corpus, and so now they have to get home with nothing. So I suggest that you actually talk to some of these people because they have the experience inside of there.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Sure.
Bryn, I thought I heard you say in your presentation that AG Bonta's investigation involved interviews with, it sounded like a couple of thousand detainees. Do you know if they were in or released? Do we have any sense about that?
Supervisor Perez, through the chair, I believe his team interviewed 194 detainees during their investigations, and it was a mixture of individuals. They were all currently detained when the interviews occurred, and it was a mixture of individuals that signed up to and opted in to be interviewed by the Attorney General's team, and then some that were selected through a random sample.
Okay. Thank you for that. Hello.
Ravi Kumar. What I heard, I appreciate the presentation. What I heard was a lot of bureaucratic buck passing, right? And intentionality to avoid stepping in and doing the regulatory oversight function that the county health supervisor is supposed to be doing. So is it the position of the county health supervisor that if there were an outbreak of meningitis or measles or, you know, a new COVID strain at that facility, that it would not be the responsibility of the county to go and deal with that issue, right? This is not a federal enclave. It's a private facility with a private contractor. If there is a crime committed there, like a murder or an assault, that would be subject to jurisdiction of the local police department and the sheriff. So why is this any different? Just because there's a number of eyes on something doesn't mean that you don't have the responsibility to do your part in our federal system to ensure that adequate oversight is being done, right? Even if it's highlighting the issues, right? If you're saying there's a lack of enforcement authority, you still need to do that function, right? And I think you are downplaying what your responsibilities would actually be if there was a public health crisis on one of those facilities. So I would ask that you go back, revisit your policy around this, and the idea that you are avoiding regulatory oversight because of a fear of litigation. Your job is to protect your responsibilities of oversight within our federal system, right? It's not to bow out because you fear litigation. We have litigation all the time. Do your jobs.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Good morning, Board. My name is Bob Coons. When you look in the newspaper from the GEO Group or Core Civic, their statement, they say there's no problems whatsoever. And a couple of months back, I actually contacted the doctor that was in charge of that, and their response was the care that they are getting is good as any rest home facility in California. I have talked to dozens of people personally, have had all these different situations that you hear of over and over and over again. I'm here to respond for them, for those children that are 4 or 5 years old that their father or mother are in detention. Many, as what was stated before, illegally, not even following the rules of what our Constitution has. Last board meeting, a young man came to you. He was originally from Texas. He had been in 3 different detention centers. This is very common. There are people in New York City that are taken off the street and brought here and then released, as mentioned earlier, that they have to find their own way home. That young man said we need your help. And I could not imagine any person that has any conscience whatsoever to deny that situation. One that you don't hear about is the mental aspect. There are people that have mental issues, and they're in an incredibly bad situation. I urge you, as I have before, do all we can. The last thing I would say is, I just heard today for the third or fourth time, the Catholic Church is giving millions of dollars for the lack of oversight that they have to pay to victims. We are doing the same thing in a sense here. We're not taking care of our neighbors, our friends, and our families. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Do we have any other speakers on this item? I see one more coming down, but after that, do we have any additional speakers? Okay. We're going to ask anybody else to please come down to the front row or line up along the aisles just so we get a sense of how many more speakers we have and we can keep things moving quickly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning to board and chair. My name is Abby Power. I'm a resident of Bakersfield, speaking on behalf of myself, not any organization. And just as the past few comments have said, I know, we heard from the presentation the county is limited in enforcement and limited in certain oversight. But I just want to see, if the board is open to just thinking about what else we can do. Can we start a conversation with the federal agencies who are in charge of oversight and enforcement? Because this is happening in our county. People have died in detention centers in California. And if we know about this, we have a responsibility to do something about it. So that's something I want to bring up to the board can consider. Can you, all of us here as residents, we're trying to use our limited power to get to talk to someone who has more power. And you all do have a lot of power to work with these federal agencies. And I'm just urging you to do that, to start those conversations and to see what can be done, because these conditions need to change. It is not humane. It's not fair for people to be living in these conditions, to be scared for their life, for surviving it. So please do whatever you can to work with the federal agencies to actually enact oversight and enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name's Monique Medina. I'm here to urge you to send the Kern County Public Health Department or whoever can go at this point. Maybe anything under SB 1132. Inspect the California City Immigration Detention Center. The California Attorney General's office issued warning about dangerous conditions across the Central Valley facilities, highlighting issues such as inadequate medical care, delayed medical treatment, overcrowding, inadequate food, excessive use of force, inadequate clothing, insufficient staffing, just to name a few. It might be easy to say that they're illegal aliens, they don't belong here, but they're human like us. They are us. Maybe it's easy. Wait, hang on. Maybe it's easier for some to dehumanize them so they could justify their ugliness, but regardless of how they feel, they have rights. And our Constitution protects them from being treated like this. The law is being violated. Violating standards such as those as guaranteeing nutritious meals, an adequate environment, reasonable uses of force, adequate medical care, these laws are being violated. Send in Kern County Public Department, anybody that can help. It deserves to be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Chair. Hello, board members. Thank you. I want to say thank you first for hearing us on the 16th and our passionate requests for this subject to be discussed in further detail. I want to thank you for whatever level of inspection you actually did on the dates that were listed here just in these last few weeks. I want to clarify that I did not see California City Detention Center on that slide. Is that correct?
Ma'am, for this part of the meeting, you just, if you would, address your comments to the board
I'm so sorry.
and share those, and then we can try and get you some answers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I did not see California City on that slide. Was it or is there an intention or a date set for when you will be doing the inspection?
If you could finish your comments, we'll try and get you some answers.
Okay,
Thank you.
I see. Well, I just want to be clear that that is something that, as requested before, the opportunity to see a little further detail and what those inspections provide would be of great value to the public. I found it very disconcerting at the last meeting that several of you mentioned that you hadn't read Volunta's report yet, and that there doesn't seem to be a need or a desire there to understand just how deeply it impacts your local community, not just the people inside. And we've heard that said over and over again, and I don't need to repeat that over, but my understanding is that PNDS requires compliance with applicable state public health standards, including water testing, sanitation, food service, and communicable disease control. And these things fit squarely within the local public health authority. We have regulations for everything we do in the public in order to keep our communities safe. This should not be an exception, and I would really just urge you to please set a date to inspect California City Detention Center as well.
Understood. Thank you. Director Kerrigan, is there, do you have any more information on whether or not those inspections include California City?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we did conduct inspections. There was a separate slide on California City Detention Facility because they have 4 permit types and not just one like the others. So I'll ask Ms. Rutledge to go back to the slide that's specific to California City Detention Center. So here is a list of all the inspections that we have done this year within that facility.
Understood. Thank you. Okay. Next speaker, please.
Ma'am, can you state your name for the record, please?
Mine?
Yes.
Michelle Arkin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Magdalena Lopez, and I'm not going to come up here and say everything that's already been stated because we have been here multiple times on the same issue. I'm sure you've heard everything. I'm just here simply as a volunteer, as an activist, right, to invite you guys to come to our spaces because I feel like these are just line items to y'all. And maybe not personally, right? But I feel like if you had more one-on-one contact within the community, if you saw families actually being torn apart, if you were the ones to tell them, your husband's not coming back, right? Maybe it'd be easier to empathize, to actually see what's going on. I just implore you to come to our spaces within the actual community and see how we are being affected. Maybe you not personally, I've heard that a lot. Maybe your family's not being affected, but then why are you taking this job if you don't care about the whole community? Not just what personally affects you, right? I just, again, come to our spaces, see what we do. Please, please come to the facilities. See what people are actually going through. Humanize, something to humanize, not just line items. Again, these are people, these are families, these are friends, they're your neighbors. Maybe you don't like your neighbor, I don't know, right? So just please come to our spaces, see what it is that we offer, what it is that we do. Come within the community and actually be part of the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Mariana Natalie Santamaria. I am a promotora. I'm here to act as myself and a community member and a constituent. It is my hope that you realize these violations are happening in our backyard, our home. And as a supervisor, I would be personally visiting and seeing what my constituents are bringing up. This has been going for way too many years. I am looking forward to see the full report from Public Health on the investigations and how thorough those inspections were, because from my understanding of the presentation, what Public Health is saying does not correlate for what people are in there experiencing and for what many of us as your constituents have brought up here time and time again. Again, and you just heard it from the previous speaker, all of you have been invited to connect with COESI, who is the leading organization, who would give you access to go visit, which you don't really need, but we're here to collaborate and handhold you. And I really wonder when you will take that invitation to go visit not as a performance, to go visit unexpectedly, and to really go and see what these people experience. We cannot make this up. All of these things that we bring up, and inhumane that is happening, it cannot be made up. You need to go see, but you also need to go and ask public health to do thorough investigations of all of these reports, not whether they have a permit or not, but all of these humane conditions that people are in. We can go on and argue whether we believe they're here documented or not. They're human beings, and that is not the issue here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Silvia Romano. En este momento quiero solicitar, no estamos pidiendo enforzamiento de ustedes sobre las leyes federales.
Excuse me, ma'am. If you could hold on just 1 second, we're going to have our interpreter provide English translation. Thank you.
Silvia Romano. Silvia Romano. Okay. Voy a ir pausando. Okay. Mi nombre es Silvia Romano.
My name is Silvia Romano.
En este día no estamos solicitando enforzamiento sobre las leyes federales.
On this day, we're not here requesting enforcement regarding federal laws.
Sabemos que tenemos una ley estatal
We know we already have existing state laws
que autoriza al Departamento de Salud Pública
that authorize the Department of Public Health
para que pueda inspeccionar los centros de detención.
to be able to carry out inspections of the detention centers.
Consideramos que es más fácil limitarnos
We think it's better to limit ourselves.
a que ustedes creen soluciones eficaces,
¿Qué soluciones qué?
eficaces
Than for you to conjure up scarce solutions
para resolver un problema que está afectando a nuestras comunidades.
in order to solve the problem that's affecting our communities.
Tenemos detenidos suicidándose dentro de los centros de detención.
We have detainees committing suicide within those facilities.
Tenemos niños con depresión en sus familias.
We have children suffering from depression, being away from their families.
Todo esto es salud mental
All of this contributes to mental health,
y es responsabilidad de todos ustedes.
and that is all of your responsibilities.
El condado es responsable de la seguridad y de la salud de cualquier persona que se encuentre en un centro de detención,
The county is responsible for the health and well-being of any person who finds themselves within one of these centers,
incluyendo los centros de detención porque están dentro de su jurisdicción.
including detention centers because they fall within your jurisdiction.
Cerraré mi comentario con una frase de Martin Luther King.
I close my comments quoting Dr. Martin Luther King.
No me preocupa el grito de los violentos,
I do not worry about the screams of the violence,
de los corruptos,
of the corrupt,
de los deshonestos
of the dishonest,
o de las personas que no tienen ética.
or the people who lack ethics.
Lo que sí me preocupa es el silencio de los buenos.
What does worry me is when good people are silent.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Greetings. My name is Todd Schumann. I live in Tehachapi. I want to reiterate comments that were made earlier. Communicable diseases that propagate, develop, spread in prisons, they tend to make their ways more often than not into the general population. So you would be doing the general population a favor and be doing your duty by visiting these places more often, visiting California City. I just saw that slide about California City. It looks like you're doing a visit every 2 months. You should be doing an unannounced visit every 2 weeks. That's when you're going to catch stuff. That's when you're going to keep them on guard. That's when they're going to be less of a threat to our community. So I encourage you to use the utmost of the authority that you have and get your department in there more frequently and try and do it unannounced. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Maria Mercado, District 2. I am a retired city employee, and I worked with the federal government, the California state government, the county of Kern, while I was working with the city of Bakersfield to get all of the freeways that we're now enjoying to get back and forth in Bakersfield done. You are saying that you're doing what you're legislated to do, but that is the bare minimum. We know that with working with all of those groups, we got things done quickly and efficiently because we were all talking. If you're not talking to the state of California and the federal government, if you're bypassing any of them, then you're not getting the full picture. And as human beings, we can't do just the bare minimum that we are responsible for and sleep well at night, I think. I'm urging you, because of everything that everyone has said, as a resident, as a human being, as a grandmother looking to the future, to do more, do better. Don't just do the minimum. We need this from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Okay. After you, sir, there anybody else want to comment on this? Okay.
Yeah.
We got two more speakers, and then we'll bring it back to the board.
Good morning, board. I'd like to make an observation. My name is Don Miller, M-I-L-L-E-R. I thank the board for the presentation explaining the legality of the situation that we have here. I'm also thankful that the county has gone out and done the inspections that are required. But I would like to point out that this issue was created by Sacramento and Washington, D.C. under the leadership of Gavin Newsom, and for the most part, the Joe Biden administration, where we had this influx of illegal immigrants. And I'm also appalled. I'm appalled that the doors were essentially thrown open for these immigrants to come into the United States, and now the same people that instigated that are turning a blind eye. They are the ones responsible. It's Sacramento and it's Washington, D.C. that are responsible for the care of these people, as you pointed out very effectively in your presentation. And I am appalled that they present such a caring front, but then when there's true suffering, they seem to not care at all. And I thank the board and the county for doing what is required of it, for inspecting, and for sending those reports to where they need to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members. I would like to, Charles Shin, S-H-I-N-N. We've heard some terms, and I think one term being used inappropriately, may I say illegally, is the term immigrant. If you come into this country under false pretenses, you're not an immigrant. You're at best a foreign national or an illegal alien. We're listening to a lot of crying about people not getting health care. We have one of the largest service-oriented county-wide populations serving the United States military here in Kern County, and we still do not have adequate health care facilities for veterans. We need to spend our taxpayer money servicing citizens who pay for health care benefits, and veterans who worked to protect the United States government and the protections of our civil rights abroad, and work on health care facilities for veterans who have earned the right to have health care in this country. If you're here illegally, you're a foreign national, and I think the best thing we can do is expedite getting you back home, and if you're allowed back in, come in the right way. Come in with paperwork, come in with your health care documents, so that everybody knows you're not carrying diseases and things like that plague our society. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll bring it back to the board for any comment. Okay, seeing none, Supervisor Perez?
Oh, yeah. So I want to thank everybody for being here today. Really, I appreciate you. I hear something unique from every person, and I realize and recognize the spectrum on this issue politically is certainly not concentrated. There is a wide spectrum. There is lots of disagreement, and I appreciate that. That's just a reality of any congregation of human beings, and so I appreciate hearing all of your positions. I'm confused about what to do right now, Bryn, because I feel like there has been inspections. There have been inspections. I know the AG went in. He's somebody who I trust. Unfortunately, I haven't had a lengthy conversation with Rob about it, and I really appreciate the speaker who asked if this body could get that conversation going in a more healthy fashion, because as much as I don't believe that you, Bryn, or anybody from your department is doing anything nefarious, inappropriate, or incompetent. I don't believe that. But unfortunately, the way this has played out and the way the public is received information, it looks that way. And that's the part that I'm struggling with, because I want to be responsive to the public that elected me and holds me accountable. The supervisor over this area isn't here today, which I find to be truly astonishing. I did not know that. And I feel responsible to step in and do something in light of his absence and inability to address this crowd on an issue that I see public outcry on. So I don't exactly know how to proceed. My colleagues are not commenting at this time, which is their right to do. But do I have the right to go to this facility? Can I go there, Bryn, and just speak to the folks there and get a sense of what's happening as supervisor? Do I have the right to do that? Do I need to ask my colleagues for that? Do I need to make a motion? What's your sense about how we can move this issue along?
Supervisor Perez, through the chair, I would defer to council on that question.
Okay, thank you. Council, can I go there? Supervisor Leticia Perez of the 5th District, because I've been to Mesa Verde and I've spent hours there. It was not performative. There was no media. It was to try to wrap my head around what is going on in these facilities. From what I've heard publicly and what I'm reading and otherwise documentation, it's actually quite difficult to come to a conclusion that feels that it would be objectively received. So I'm curious about your thoughts, because I'd love to go. I'd love to go with a group, go and have the kind of conversation that was alluded to earlier, that is not meant to be combative or accusatory, but responsive to the public. That's where I'm at.
Supervisor Perez, through the chair, I'm not aware of anything that says you cannot go out there and visit as long as they will let you in.
Okay.
I mean, that's up to that facility, whether they allow you in and how far they let you in.
Okay.
But I'm not aware of anything that says you cannot do anything. If I find that, I will let you know ASAP.
Okay, so then I can plan with a group that's here today to go out to Cal City. I can invite the supervisor who's absent today and see how he feels about it. But I am more than happy to be a facilitator and to try to help bring some clarity here, because I'm confused as well, to be honest. And I'd like to look through more specifically these reports. I don't know what the county can do more from its bureaucratic abilities. What I'm hearing from the public is they want to see their elected officials give a darn. That's what I'm feeling from the community. And frankly, everybody who have a varying political perspective. I mean, they want to see passion, emotion, and care from their board. And I'm sorry that you may not feel that way. And particularly for me, I can only speak for myself. But I want to be helpful here. So Do I need, I do not need a motion, I do not need permission from this body to do that. Is that correct?
Supervisor Perez, through the chair, you can go on your own.
Okay.
As an individual. If you're going on behalf of the board, I would say that you need board permission, but if you're going on your own, that is your decision to make.
Okay. Can you make any recommendations, Brent, about how we should proceed here? I want to invite Chris out to the facility with me. He and I can go out and we can have productive civil conversations with anybody who's interested, frankly. I mean, to me, that seems like the next step here to be responsive to the public.
Supervisor Perez, through the chair, I apologize, but I don't have any recommendations for how to proceed with you going into these facilities. We go in regularly for our permitted activities. We do call in advance because we do have to obtain access into the facilities. But we're going out, up to 3 times a year into these facilities and reviewing those activities.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to ask whatever group is in charge of heading to these facilities, so please contact my office. I'm going to ask my colleague, Chris Parlier, to attend with me. I did not know he would be absent today. I would not have agendized this matter with a missing supervisor. That this issue is within their jurisdiction. That doesn't make a lot of sense. But I want to invite him in good faith, and I think he'll respond in good faith to the inquiries of the public. I think there's a lot of questions out there, and I believe that you have done an incredible job. This presentation today was exceptional, and I'm surprised by some of the things I've seen and learned, and I appreciate the work that you're doing. I think the county in its bureaucratic capacity is acting appropriately and doing what it can under the law. But, this is an issue that is, it's somewhat political, it's somewhat social, it's somewhat spiritual. I mean, these are these large policy issues that are obviously complicated. My colleagues won't even say a word about it. So it's complicated, difficult stuff. And I find myself in the same position on many issues. These are not easy issues. But I feel like I need to take some action. I'm going to ask Chris. I don't know what that means for this body or moving forward. Maybe my colleagues can help me out here and try to bring some, a resolution that you think is appropriate for the county and that is acceptable. But that's where I'm at right now. Because I can't even read my board about what they want to do, and I have a majority up here right now, as you see, and I have no desire to fight with them about this matter in any way, shape, or form, trying to get some resolution to the public. The same way I did for my concerned citizens here in the elections group who I've come to admire and respect on many levels. And I feel the same way that kind of public outcry that occurred there needs response from us. So I'm going to do that. I'm just informing my colleagues that I'm going to make plans to head out there. I don't know if they're going to let me in. I don't have any intentions of being hostile or aggressive with anybody. But certainly I want to answer to the public, and I want to make the attempt that's being asked here of me. And so I want my colleagues to be informed of that. I'll work with you on that as well. I look forward to hearing from whichever group makes sense on that. And then I'll invite my colleague, and we'll go from there. I hope that's acceptable to you guys. Thank you for being here.
Supervisor Flores.
Sorry, my mic was not on. Thank you, Supervisor Perez. I look forward to your visit, and I look forward to you reporting back what you find and sharing it with our fuller board.
Okay, thank you. And I would just like to thank you again, Director Kerrigan and your team, for putting together this report. I think a lot of times folks want to see certain things happen, and I don't mean just in this issue, but a lot of different issues that, we're probably the most accessible level of government generally for most people. And so we kind of take the preponderance of people wanting us to see, wanting to see that action, even though it's not always appropriate or even possible for it to come from this level. So I think that the information you shared is helpful in getting more accurate information out there, and hopefully folks listen to what you guys are sharing with them. And we'll also, I got yelled at by several people last time I made this suggestion, but just as, they want to see us engaged on this, I do encourage you to reach out to your congressman, to your state level officials, and start that conversation with them that, it's fine to talk with us about it and ask us to engage as well, but those conversations could be happening today. Those conversations could be getting scheduled while we're in this meeting right now, just by reaching out to your elected officials, just like you're here speaking to us. So I encourage you to do that and share your thoughts and your concerns with those appropriate individuals. So thank you again, and I'll just ask one more time if there's any questions or comments before we close this. Okay, not seeing any, I'll ask if there's a motion to receive and file.
Motion.
Thank you. Is there a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
The motion is approved. All ayes.
Okay, this takes us to item number 4, and that is going to be the opening remarks on fiscal year 2026, 2027, recommended budget. And we're going to start off, we'll allow our teams to kind of switch over here, and then I will turn it over to our CAO for initial comments. Okay, I'll turn it over to our CAO, Nancy Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we're waiting for the slides to come up. Perfect. Okay, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, today we're here to present the recommended budget for fiscal year 26-27 for adoption by your board. This budget cycle, as you know, has been particularly challenging to navigate the fiscal environment facing the county. Funding uncertainty driven by significant federal policy changes and limited state budgetary assistance continues to be a threat to our fiscal sustainability. The budget and many decisions that were made to compile it were done with the utmost thoughtfulness and consideration for those we serve. I am greatly appreciative to the department heads and their fiscal staff for their leadership, expertise, and cooperation in its development. And I want to acknowledge and thank the CAO team, Budget Director Alex Alva and Assistant CAO Elsa Martinez for their due diligence in preparing a responsible and prudent plan to guide us into the next few years of difficult budgeting. The presentation today will provide key takeaways and a few overviews, and then we will provide the final recommendation actions to adopt or amend the budget today. This year, the county's total recommended budget is $4.4 billion and supports a workforce of 8,559 authorized positions. This is a decrease of $56.6 million from the prior year. The theme guiding this year's recommended budget is anchored through uncertainty and committed to our future. It captures the balance we must strike, remaining steady and responsible in times of volatility, while continuing to invest in programs, infrastructure, and services that keep Kern County strong. This budget prioritizes essential service delivery, responsible planning, and long-term sustainability. It reflects disciplined decision-making and a clear commitment to protecting core services that our residents rely on every day. This year also marks our county's 160th anniversary, giving us an opportunity to reflect on our history, our growth, and our ability to adapt to the changing needs of our residents. We've made significant progress over the years, and this year's budget continues that forward momentum. It's important to note that while the overall budget is balanced, the discretionary general fund is not structurally balanced. In other words, our ongoing expenses continue to grow at a pace that exceeds our ongoing discretionary revenue. That structural gap must remain a focus for future planning and corrective action. With pressure from state and federal revenue reductions and policy changes, flat revenue growth from property and sales taxes, and the rising costs of doing business, departments had to absorb more than $16 million in reductions and delete 59 vacant positions to help balance the budget. Additionally, $6.8 million in one-time resources are being used to preserve public safety services. This, unfortunately, is not a one-year phenomenon. The next few years are projected to be even more difficult to navigate as federal policy changes to county safety nets that serve our most vulnerable population begin to be implemented. Beyond the challenges we discussed on the previous slide, counties continue to face ongoing and significant pressures stemming from H.R. 1. These impacts are not short-term. They will continue to shape the county budgets for years to come. You heard from CSAC representatives in April that counties are carrying a fiscal exposure of roughly $6 to $9.5 billion. That range reflects both the direct effects of H.R. 1 and the state's efforts to align with it. Even with recent state budget developments attempting to help counties, the overall budget environment for counties remains severely impacted. Departments should be preparing for increased workload, tighter implementation timelines, and the possibility that multiple delays in decisions will converge in the next fiscal year. While our budget challenges force departments to pause and pivot on some operational plans and projects, this year's budget does make progress on investments in capital, infrastructure, and long-term stability. The recommended budget includes 157 countywide capital and maintenance projects totaling $136.2 million, strengthening facilities, parks, health buildings, and core infrastructure across the county, and $35 million in road repairs and improvements. $1.4 billion to support our workforce, including additional firefighters through state funding, $5.9 million in investments for ongoing work in emergency housing and homeless services and animal services programs that help manage animal populations safely and responsibly. $3.9 million in airport enhancements, which strengthen regional connectivity, support economic activity, and increase air travel options for residents and businesses. And we have set aside $38.1 million in one-time strategic reserves to maintain county stability, creditworthiness, and flexibility needed to respond to state and federal budget shifts. With the budget constraints we are managing to, we are not able to consider new priorities and programs, funding mitigation for H.R. 1 in the coming years, and we could not support all supplemental requests from departments. As mentioned, our theme this year is anchored through uncertainty, committed to our future. Being anchored means we remain steady and responsible in the face of change. It means we continue to plan thoughtfully, prioritize wisely, and safeguard the county's long-term financial health. Being committed to our future means we look beyond the pressures of today and focus on what will keep Kern County strong for generations: resilient services, sound infrastructure, and a government that remains responsive to the needs of the people we serve. This year, we have once again prepared a budget video to highlight the recommended budget, thanks to Chief Communications Officer Aaron Briscoe-Clark, and we will play that now.
For 160 years, the County of Kern has proudly served all its residents. Across more than 8,000 square miles, the county delivers essential services, from public safety and health to roads, parks, libraries, and services for our most vulnerable residents. Because at the heart of county government is a shared mission: serving people. And that commitment is reflected in the county's fiscal year 2026-27 recommended budget, totaling $4.4 billion. This year's budget theme, anchored through uncertainty, committed to our future, reflects the county's approach to navigating federal funding cuts and state revenue shortfalls while continuing to protect essential services and maintain strong financial reserves. Now, let's take a closer look at how these investments support our communities. A recommended $632.6 million investment supports our county's general government functions. which are the administrative, fiscal, and operational backbone that supports every department in serving the public with integrity, transparency, and excellence. Together, these departments deliver essential services and provide the leadership, oversight, information services, and accountability that keep government effective, ethical, and aligned with community priorities. We also continue to invest in the spaces where residents live, gather, and play. This year, 2 new pocket parks opened, and work continues to enhance recreational amenities across neighborhoods. In addition, $74.4 million is dedicated to major maintenance and capital projects, ensuring county facilities remain safe, functional, and ready to serve our residents. And as we strengthen our public spaces, we're equally committed to supporting our most vulnerable residents. The county coordinates a comprehensive network of shelter, outreach, and supportive services, like the M Street Navigation Center, which provides safe camping, shelter beds, and wraparound assistance for individuals experiencing homelessness. These programs reflect a compassionate, evidence-based approach to helping people rebuild stability. A recommended budget of $470.1 million invests in safe roads and reliable transportation by maintaining county roads, improving infrastructure, and keeping people moving throughout Kern County. This includes $1.5 million to support the graffiti abatement program. It also supports the county's 6 airports and airfields. This year, Meadowsfield Airport is expanding terminal parking and launching a new nonstop service to Los Angeles, creating even more travel opportunities for residents and visitors. A recommended $1.2 billion investment is dedicated to services that enhance safety, security, and quality of life for residents across Kern County. From law enforcement and fire protection to emergency response, rehabilitation, justice services, and neighborhood improvements, these services help protect residents and strengthen our communities. Measure K funding continues to expand public safety services in unincorporated areas. This is the second year of full implementation of safety squads and medical units. These teams have served more than 3,500 individuals and helped save more than 22 lives. This budget also reflects Animal Services' ongoing commitment to animal welfare through a $1 million investment in spay and neuter services, helping reduce animal population growth and shelter intake. Additional investments support wildfire response, probation services, code compliance efforts, and child support programs that help keep communities safe, healthy, and resilient. A recommended investment of $14.7 million supports Kern County's library system, which is committed to building community and connecting residents with information, technology, and lifelong learning. Beyond books, our libraries provide nutritious meals during the school year and summer months, serving nearly 60,000 children. They also promote literacy through engaging programs and partnerships like Books in Motion. Many beloved library branches continue to undergo improvements through the Building Forward Library Infrastructure Grant Program. The county has already celebrated the reopening of several branches, including Baker, Kern River Valley, Arvin, and Rosemond. And continued Measure K investments support the Bookmobile, expanding access to library services for residents in communities without a neighborhood library. A recommended investment of $864.2 million safeguards the health and well-being of residents by providing essential services, programs, and resources. Public health delivers critical programs that help prevent the spread of disease, expand access to health care and health education, promote healthy lifestyles, and protect residents from food and environmental health risks. Behavioral Health and Recovery Services continues to expand access to high-quality behavioral health care. This includes a $1.9 million investment supporting services at the Kern County Justice Facility and $1.7 million in Measure K funding for the East Kern Mobile Evaluation Team. Together, these investments improve health outcomes, strengthen families, and support healthier communities. The county also delivers essential health and human services that provide a critical safety net for our community. A recommended $1 billion investment delivers a wide range of services that protect children and adults, support seniors and veterans, and connect families to employment and stability programs. This includes federally mandated assistance programs that help eligible residents meet basic food and healthcare needs through CalFresh, Medi-Cal, and CalWorks. Efforts also support vital family services, including child welfare, foster care, and adoption. Continued investments strengthen services for our veterans and their families, connecting them with local, state, and federal programs and resources. And none of this work would be possible without the dedication of our county employees who serve our residents every day with professionalism and compassion. A recommended $1.4 billion supports our more than 8,000 authorized positions. For 160 years, our county government has grown alongside our communities. And today, we continue that legacy by investing in people, services, and the communities we are proud to serve.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for letting us show that video. We will now turn the presentation over to Elsa Martinez, Assistant CAO.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Today, I would like to begin by walking through the timeline that brought us here today. As you know, the budget development process for a fiscal year begins as soon as we adopt one budget. It is budgeting year-round. Next slide. The development of today's budget began back in December when we presented the mid-year fiscal projections for the fiscal year that concludes today. Following the release of the governor's January state budget, we returned to your board with our recommended budget development guideline. This year, because of the significant uncertainty and potential impacts of federal policy changes, we also provided a presentation outlining those potential fiscal impacts. Then in May, after the governor's May revised budget was released, we presented the proposed budget priorities for discussion and budget and board input. After today, we will return to your board with any budget adjustments necessary based on fiscal year-end balances and the final assessment roll of property tax that will be compiled and finalized today. Before we discuss the budget itself, it is important to understand the priorities and the guiding decisions. A community survey informed what residents value the most, and I personally met with some community groups as well. As shown on the left, the top priorities provided by the residents through the survey include public safety, addressing homelessness, supporting animal services through spay and neuter programs, strengthening our local economy, improving infrastructure, expanding affordable housing, enhancing behavioral health services, improving healthcare, and maintaining fiscal responsibility, and finally, investing in workforce development. These priorities help shape how we allocate limited resources. On the right side is our budget priority framework. At the top are mandated services, which the county is legally required to provide. Next are health and safety services, followed by maintaining the essential services our residents depend on every day. Beyond these priorities, we have to preserve investment in our workforce because our employees are essential to delivering quality services. And finally, we continue investing in infrastructure and facilities to ensure our community's long-term success. This framework also recognizes that some funding requests are ongoing operational needs, while others are one-time investments. Understanding the distinction helps make responsible decisions. Next slide. As we develop this budget, we have to balance several priorities at the same time. Our first priority is maintaining the core services that residents rely on every day. Even during challenging times, we must continue delivering critical public services effectively. Second, we must avoid layoffs whenever possible. Our employees provide the services our community depends on, and workforce stability allows us to continue serving the residents. Third, We remain committed to maintaining prudent fiscal reserves. Strong reserves help the county respond to emergencies, economic downturns, and unexpected costs without disrupting services. And finally, we have to reduce the structural deficit over time. That means ensuring that recurring revenues can sustainably support recurring expenses rather than relying on temporary solutions. These goals sometimes compete with one another, which is why the budget is centered on balancing competing priorities. Every budget decision reflects careful consideration of both our immediate needs and our long-term fiscal health. Today, you may hear advocacy for investment in a single priority. While each of those priorities is important, your board's role is to balance competing needs and make decisions that serve the short-term and the long-term interests of a community as a whole. Next slide. Our financial planning extends beyond a single budget year. We are working on addressing the issues listed here. Our current forecast shows a general fund deficit beginning in fiscal year 27-28, with the deficit projected to grow to approximately $31 million by fiscal year 30-31, if not corrective action is taken. Even after our pension obligation bonds are fully paid in fiscal year 27-28, a structural deficit is still projected, and this is before the retirement system makes any changes to actuarial assumptions. We will continue to work with our departments and the retirement system to address these issues. Several factors, as Ms. Anderson explained, are contributing to the fiscal pressures. Rising costs from employee health benefits, workmen's compensation, liability claims, utilities, and salary increases impact our fiscal outlook. At the same time, new state and federal mandates, along with changes resulting from H.R. 1, create additional uncertainty for local governments. To prepare for these challenges, we are implementing a multi-year mitigation strategy. This includes prudent financial budgeting, positioning the county for slower economic growth, and stabilizing our workforce and services. We are controlling expenditures by carefully managing vacancies, overtime, and contracts. We are reviewing opportunities to realign funding when appropriate. We are pursuing additional revenue through fee reviews and grant applications. And we are identifying our highest priority essential services so we can protect and fund them as they come to us. By planning ahead and taking measured actions today, we can continue to provide quality services for the long term. Next slide. At this time, Mr. Alba, your budget director, will now walk you through the proposed budget and see how these principles that I just described will be reflected in our recommendations.
Good morning, Chairman Peters and members of the board. Before I get started, I do want to thank the budget division team. Although I'm up here speaking, it's because of their hard work, dedication, that this is able to get completed. So I wanted to personally thank them. They're seated over to your far left. There's Kayla Ayala, Eric Nisbet, Amanda Ruiz, Saba Hailey Michael, Antoinette Woods, and Jose Calderon. They're a great team, an exceptional team, and they always make us look great up here. So I wanted to say thank you to them. The fiscal year 26-27 recommended budget for all funds, as mentioned by Ms. Martinez and Ms. Anderson, is $4.4 billion, and it is a decrease of $56.6 million, or 1.26% from the previous year's adopted budget. This slide represents the entire county budget from fiscal year 24-25 through 26-27, and includes special districts, employment grant programs, and community development grant programs under the authority of your board. On this slide, you'll see that the recommended budget for the county includes the $4.4 billion in budgeted requirements on top and the sources on the bottom. And as mentioned earlier, it supports 8,559 positions. Overall, staffing is recommended a decrease by a net of 59 positions in 26-27, with the Department of Human Services deleting the greatest number of positions. Departments are primarily reducing staffing to achieve salary savings or exchange one position for another that will better meet their current needs. The recommended budget is funded from several funding sources, and it's important to note that, and it's displayed on this slide. Those sources include state and federal aid, tax revenue, fees, operating transfers in, fund balances, and reserves and designations. This slide provides a summary of those different revenue streams. Government aid includes state, federal, and other intergovernmental funding, and totals $1 billion, representing on the top the 23.8% of the total budget. This reflects a 782 decrease compared to the prior year's adopted budget. The decrease is primarily attributed to one-time federal reimbursements for disaster recovery efforts or expiring allocations from the American Rescue Plan Act. Operating transfers in the amount of 835 or 18.9%, that's the second from the top, are contingent upon allocations from external agencies. Revenue initially deposited into the restricted funds and subsequently transferred to the general fund when they are recognized as other funding sources. Tax revenues total $778 million, accounting for 17.6% of the overall budget. This includes $511.4 million of property-related revenue, primarily derived from property taxes. Fiscal year 26-27 budget reflects an increase of 6.5 or 1.3% from the adopted budget. $174.4 million in other taxes, which encompasses $167 million from sales and use tax, transient occupancy tax, and franchise fees, and hazardous waste facility tax. Other taxes are anticipated to increase by $3.5 million, or 2.1% from the adopted budget. This amount includes the Measure K sales tax. This budgeted growth is largely driven by continued expansion and development activity in the county's unincorporated areas, which has resulted in a higher proportionate share of sales and use tax that's flowing into the county. This slide provides a high level of the county's total $4.4 billion operating expenditures. It's shown in two ways, spending categories on the left and by function on the right. On the spending side, you'll see that the county's budget is primarily driven by people and services. Staffing expenses total $1.41 billion, which represents approximately 32% of all county expenditures. Operating expenditures include everything from contracted services to supplies and make up about $1.94 billion. On the function side, the two largest areas of spending continue to be public assistance and public protection. Public assistance totals $1 billion and public protection totals $1.28 billion. Combined, these two functions account for about half of the county spending. This reflects the county's fundamental role in providing social services and maintaining public safety. This slide shows how the county's total budget and requirements is distributed across all fund types. Each slice represents a portion of the budget assigned to a specific fund, and together they reflect how we structure and deliver services countywide. The general fund that you see there in dark blue on top is at $1.33 billion, or 30% of the entire budget. This fund supports many of the county's core services, including public safety, public health, general government, and other mandated programs. The next largest segment is Human Services Fund at $674.6 million, or roughly 15%. This fund supports major programs such as social services, child welfare, and financial assistance. You'll see dedicated funds for behavioral health at $506.6 million, internal service funds at $394 million, the fire fund at $258, enterprise funds at $224, and roads at $114.7 million. These funds allow the county to manage programs that require their own funding streams or cost recovery structures and come with their own legal and program restrictions. Overall, this chart highlights both the diversity of funding sources and the broad range of services the county provides across all communities. As mentioned on the slide before, the major category is there's a general fund. And then from that general fund, the major discretionary revenue is property tax. And this graph here shows the assessed value history As noted on the previous slide, the general fund is the largest single, and property tax is the largest discretionary revenue source. Property-related revenue continues to be the most stable funding, or bread and butter, so understanding that trend is in assessed value growth is essential to budget development. For the recommended budget, we are maintaining our initial projection of 0.88 increase in total assessed valuation for next fiscal year. This is still an estimate, and we'll return to your board in August with final numbers and any adjustments that may be needed. Within the projection, we expect residential and commercial assessed values to increase while oil and gas values to decrease. This slide shows why projections matter and why assessed value is still growing, the pace of that growth has slowed significantly over the past several years. We moved from 10.7 growth in 2022 to 6.8% in 2023 and 2.6% in 2025. And now we are projecting, again, about 0.88 or 0.9% as displayed on the slide. This reflects the two offsetting forces: moderate increases in residential and commercial property and the decrease in oil and gas property assessments. For fiscal year 26-27, this means our property tax base remains stable, but the natural growth we have historically relied upon is now much more limited. As a result, our budget planning must adapt to this lower growth environment, protecting core services while being disciplined about long-term commitments. In short, the assessed value trend is signaling a more constrained revenue outlook, and our budget strategy is shaped with that reality in mind. This slide highlights the county's discretionary revenue from 26-27 recommended budget, which totals $594 million of the amount. $64.8 million is generated from Measure K sales tax. As the chart shows, our major discretionary revenue source, property tax, sales, and other minor revenue have grown modestly over time. The most noticeable increase occurred in 23-24, reflecting the first full year of Measure K. Outside that bump, our discretionary revenue has remained relatively flat year over year. For fiscal year 25-26, we are projecting a decrease of $90.8 million in discretionary revenue, largely because the two prior years benefited from significant one-time revenue that are not reoccurring. Looking ahead in 26-27, discretionary revenue is expected to remain essentially flat, with a modest increase of only $4.3 million. This key takeaway here is that while our discretionary revenue base remains stable, the level of growth is limited. This reinforces the need for careful planning, disciplined decision-making as we develop the budget for the coming fiscal years. As highlighted on the previous slide, sales and use tax makes up a significant portion of the county's discretionary revenue. Each year, our projections are developed using data and forecasts provided by the county sales tax consultant to ensure we are planning with the best information available. For fiscal year 26-27, sales and use tax revenue is budgeted at $1.6 million, higher than fiscal year 25-26. Most of the county sales tax revenue comes from business and industry sectors, as well as fuel and service stations. Over time, we have seen modest growth in these categories, along with a noticeable increase in 23-24 due to the implementation of Measure K. It is also important to note that in 24-25, you see that's the bar that goes furthest to the right, includes a one-time $20 million recovery of sales tax that was misallocated to other jurisdictions in prior years. That one-time correction will not continue into future years. Looking ahead, we expect sales tax to remain slow and relatively flat. Ongoing economic pressures such as inflation, interest rates, rising consumer debt levels, and continued changes in consumer behavior are likely to limit increases in taxable sales. This slide shows how the county's discretionary general revenue, our most flexible funding, flows to support core county services. On the left side, you see the major sources of discretionary revenue. As discussed, property-related revenue is the largest component, $371.9 million, followed by sales tax at $160.7 million, other discretionary revenue at $61.4, and available fund balance at $118. That carries forward for the prior fiscal year. All these sources combine to make up the funding your board has the most discretion over. On the right side, you see how those discretionary dollars are used across county functions. The largest share, $370.2, goes to public protection, which includes the sheriff's office, district attorney, public defender, and probation. General government receives $168.2, which supports administrative departments that enable the county to operate. Other key allocations include health and sanitation at 51.6, public assistance at 34.4 million, public ways and facilities, debt service, and education. This slide shows how the balance your board must maintain, aligning limited discretionary revenue with essential services, statutory obligations, and strategic priorities. This slide shows the county's authorized staffing levels for 26-27, along with the historical trends over the past 6 years. As you can see, staffing levels have fluctuated over time, rising through fiscal year 23-24, and then gradually decline as departments adjust to operational needs and fiscal constraints. For fiscal year 26-27, as mentioned, the budget includes 8,559 authorized positions, a net decrease from the prior year. Several departments are making targeted reductions to align staffing with workload and available funding. The probation department is reducing staffing by 10 positions, primarily long-term vacancies, planning and natural resources, deleting 2 positions. The largest change occurs in human services, which is deleting approximately 48 positions as part of the broader effort to realign staffing with program needs and available revenue. Overall, these staffing adjustments reflect a careful effort by departments to maintain service levels while ensuring departments remain fiscally sustainable in a low-growth revenue environment. Although our positions are decreasing, our salary and benefit costs continue to increase. Starting with salaries, we've seen a steady growth each year as the workforce expands and wage increases take effect. Salaries increased from $587 million in fiscal year 21-22 to $867 million in fiscal year 26-27. That's an increase of more than $279 million over this period. Retirement costs have grown significantly. They rose from $293 million in fiscal year 21-22 to a peak of about $361 million in fiscal year 24-25, before easing slightly in 25-26 and increasing next fiscal year to $374.7 million. Retirement remains one of the largest and most volatile cost drivers. Changes to actuarial assumptions impacts the county's operating budgets. Health benefit costs continue to rise. They increased from $96 million in 21-22 to nearly $133 million estimated for 26-27. This reflects both higher medical premiums and increased utilization. The other category, which includes items such as workers' compensation and unemployment, have fluctuated year to year, but remain a meaningful contributor to overall cost growth. When we look at total personnel-related costs, the trend's clear. Total costs increased from $1.0 billion in 21-22 to $1.41 billion estimated for 26-27. That's an increase of more than $399 million over those years. If we break it down, year-to-year changes, we see an 8% increase in 21-22 to 22-23, 9% the following year, 8% in 23-24, and 5% in 24-25, and then 4% increase in 25-26. What this shows is while costs continue to rise, the rate of the growth has begun to slow, even though these increases driven by salaries, retirement, and health benefits remain substantial and continue to put pressure on the county's long-term fiscal outlook. Understanding the trend is essential as we plan for the future and work to balance rising costs and available revenue. For fiscal year 26-27, the general fund estimate for fund balance is $118 million in fund balance. The fund balance is estimated to be used to restore budget saving incentives for the departments, reestablish funding for major maintenance and capital projects, support for public safety, homelessness programs, and mandated legal services, address rising operating and utility costs, and maintain key technology systems, and set aside of $30 million to protect against insurance, health benefit, and operational risk. For special revenues, the beginning balance is $134.3 million, with $99.7 million placed into reserves, primarily for behavioral health, roads, fire, and MHSA. For capital projects, the beginning balance of $441,935 is fully designated for future capital projects. For fiscal year 26-27, the recommended budget includes $136, as mentioned by Ms. Anderson, million to support 157 major maintenance and capital projects across the county. These investments address critical facility needs, infrastructure upgrades, and the long-term asset preservation. These projects are funded through multiple sources, including grants and cost recovery programs. Several of the projects are tied to FEMA reimbursements, which come with strict federal requirements. FEMA funds can only be used to return damaged facilities to their pre-disaster condition. They cannot be used for enhancements, upgrades, or improvements. Because of these restrictions, many FEMA-eligible projects must be executed exactly as documented and within a narrow compliance guideline. In addition, ongoing work, the recommended budget includes $13.4 million for new projects, such as re-roofing, ADA improvements, HVAC replacements, plumbing repairs, and other essential facility improvements. Even with this significant level of funding, the county still faces unmet capital needs, totaling $46.9 million. These include major projects like the Lerdo water remediation, countywide facility improvements, Lake Ming asphalt replacement, and future replacement of aging fire stations. Meeting these long-term infrastructure needs will require continued fiscal planning and future resource allocation as we work to modernize county facilities and ensure safe, reliable service delivery. Before going into the function group summaries, I'll pause here to see if there's any questions. If not, I'll continue.
Are there any questions or comments from the board? Okay, not seeing any. Please continue.
I'll start with general government, and then it's made up of several of these, all these departments that are listed here on this slide. General government recommended appropriation for 26-27 is $632.7 million, and supporting the departments that provide the county's core administrative, fiscal, technology, and operational services. This also includes our self-insured benefit programs, group health, workers' compensation, retiree health, and general liability. A major cost driver this year is rising employee benefit costs. As a self-insured organization, the county directly absorbs increases in medical claims and insurance expenses. Health insurance rates rose about 15%, and general liability and workers' comp increased about 8.3%, reflecting higher claim activity and broader market pressures. General government also manages key community services, including parks, homelessness programs, major maintenance of county facilities. Funding this year continues for the M Street Navigation Center, Hope on Heart, and Safe Camping, supported through a mix of general fund and state grant resources. However, long-term funding solutions will be needed in future years. Finally, general government plays a role in maintaining county infrastructure. The recommended budget, as continuously mentioned, includes 156 major maintenance projects to improve facilities, extend asset life, and support service delivery. As displayed on the slide, the general government includes 634 positions across all those call centers listed in the function group, and together makes up about 14.3% of the total budget. For general government function, the recommended budget includes $1.17 million in one-time support for general services to help manage rising operational costs tied to inflation and our expanding county footprint and increased repair and maintenance needs. We are also recommending $548,000 in one-time funding for utilities to address countywide increasing utility costs, and $955,000 in one-time for information technology services to maintain essential contractual services. In addition, the recommended budget includes $1.44 million in one-time general fund to support the CAO's homelessness division to continue operating the Safe Camping and Hope on Heart program. These targeted investments in general government function help stabilize essential services and preserve service capacity amid ongoing operational cost pressures. Public protection remains the county's largest area of expenditure, with the recommended $1.2 billion budget for 26-27 and 3,794 positions across all public protection departments. The sheriff's office is budgeted on top, as you see, $362.6 million, supporting law enforcement in unincorporated areas, operation of jail systems, bailiff and prisoner transport services, search and rescue, coroner function service, civil process service, and the park ranger program. The recommended budget includes $20.6 million in net general fund support both ongoing and one-time, to maintain staffing, replace vehicles and equipment, and sustain special operations. The fire department is funded at $290.9 million, also supported by Measure K. This year reflects a second phase of enhanced funding under the CAL FIRE Cooperative Agreement, including updating staffing structures. This supports continued expansion of the county's wildfire response capacity. The probation department is $162.6 million, which includes $1 million for mandated staffing enhancements and an additional $1 million in contingencies to support juvenile facility programming as vacancies are filled. In the justice system, the district attorney is funded at $51 million, the public defender at $24.9 million, and then other key investments include $1 million for code compliance to continue blight remediation efforts in the unincorporated area. Overall, these investments strengthen our public safety system, support emergency response, and advance quality of life improvements throughout the county. The recommended budget for public protection function includes a targeted investment to support mandated services and maintain operational capacity. This includes the $1.1 million in one-time funding for the Indigent Defense Program to address the growing costs of required legal representation, and another $1 million in one-time support for the probation department to maintain minimum staffing levels as required under the Disability Rights California Agreement. These are essential, legally mandated obligations that must be fully supported. For the Sheriff's Office, the budget includes $20.5 million in ongoing and one-time general fund support. This funding stabilizes the public safety workforce, replaces critical vehicles, and ensures the availability of necessary life safety equipment investments that maintain operational readiness and support safe, effective services to the community. Animal Services recommended to receive an additional $314,000 in one-time funding to sustain staffing during the period of increased operational strain. Collectively, these investments reinforce essential public safety functions while helping departments manage cost pressures and sustain service levels. Public Ways and Facility has a recommended budget of $470.1 million and includes 674 positions across all cost centers. This function group includes the Roads Department, which plans, designs, constructs, and maintains the county's roads, bridges, streets, and traffic control devices. This year, the Roads Department will complete $35 million in ARPA-funded roads projects, delivering long-needed repairs and improvements in unincorporated communities. The Public Works Department provides labor and support services across divisions, including the development services and waste management to maintain critical infrastructure and ensure the safe and efficient movement of people and goods throughout the county. This year's budget, as mentioned in the video, includes $1.5 million to support the county's graffiti abatement program, helping maintain cleaner and safer public spaces, especially in unincorporated communities. And as mentioned in the video, it also supports operations across the county's 6 airport and airfields. At Meadows Field, improvements are underway, including expanded terminal parking and the launch of new nonstop services to Los Angeles, creating more convenient travel options for residents and visitors. Additional airport capital projects included in the recommended budget focus on rehabilitating runways, improving security, and enhancing the overall passenger experience. Health and Sanitation has a recommended budget of $864.3 million and includes 1,268 positions across public health, environmental health, behavioral health and recovery services, and other health programs. The Public Health Department at $42.1 million continues to face rising operational costs and reduction in the state and federal funding. The largest share of this function, $727.6 million, supports behavioral health and recovery services. The recommended budget fully funds authorized position and incorporates higher costs associated with the second phase of the statewide minimum wage increases for healthcare workers under Senate Bill 525. It also funds the first year of implementing Proposition 1, which restructures the Mental Health Services Act and expands eligible uses to include substance abuse treatment and long-term housing support. Environmental Health, with a budget of $11.1 million, continues to carry out state-mandated regulatory oversight, compliance assistance, and enforcement activities for businesses and community operations. Across the entire health and sanitation function, the county is preparing for upcoming Medi-Cal policy changes that may affect eligibility and reimbursement. As a result, the budget takes a conservative approach to maintaining flexibility and ensure continuity of care. Overall, these investments sustain core public health, regulatory, and behavioral health services while positioning the county to adapt to major state-driven changes. This slide highlights key updates within the health and sanitation function. Public health and behavioral health and recovery services continue to experience rising operational costs due to the phased implementation of Senate Bill 525, which mandates wage increases for healthcare workers. In addition, behavioral health and recovery services is transitioning to the new Behavioral Health Services Act, or BHSA. This shift restructures funding categories and expands eligibility to include substance abuse treatment and long-term housing support, placing a stronger emphasis on addressing housing needs with behavioral health programs. These changes represent a significant statewide policy shift, and the recommended budget positions the county to maintain service continuity while adapting to new requirements. Public assistance, the county's second largest expenditure area with a recommended budget of approximately $1 billion and 2,017 positions. This function supports essential safety net services for children, families, and older adults and vulnerable residents. The largest portion, as you see on top, $932.5 million, funds human services, which administers programs such as CalWorks, CalFresh, Medi-Cal, and Child Protective Services. This includes $2 million in additional general fund to help cover rising county costs primarily related to foster care and adoptions. Aging and adult services at $36.9 million continues to face growing demand as the county's older adult population increases. The recommended budget maintains $2 million in general fund support to sustain senior nutrition programs where state and federal funding has not kept pace with costs. Veteran services funded at $1.8 million continues to assist veterans with accessing benefits and services, while employers training resources at $19.5 million administers federal and state workforce programs. As discussed throughout this year, one of the most significant challenges ahead is the implementation of H.R. 1, expected to take effect in the second half of the fiscal year. These federal changes may increase administrative workload, reduce funding, potentially impacting service levels. Because state assistance remains uncertain, the recommended budget does not include additional resources for these impacts. If new state or federal funding does not materialize, further adjustments may be required. Overall, the public assistance budget prioritizes mandated services and maintains core support for our county's most vulnerable residents, even as the county prepares for majority policy-driven changes. This slide provides some of the key highlights and updates within public assistance function. For the upcoming fiscal year, the recommended budget included the $2 million in general fund support for human services. This funding is essential to maintain child welfare services and ensure departments can keep up with ongoing demands. To help address the current budget pressure, the Human Services Division is budgeting to use one-time realignment funding. I want to emphasize that this approach is only a temporary solution for this fiscal year. While it might help to stabilize the budget in short term, it does not resolve the underlying structural pressures. These challenges will need to be revisited next fiscal year, particularly as policy changes begin to take effect. Looking ahead, H.R. 1 is projected to place significant strain on the department, especially in Medi-Cal and CalFresh programs. These impacts may include increased workload, reduced federal support, and potential shifts in eligibility administrative requirements. As mentioned earlier, the recommended budget does not include additional resources to address these anticipated impacts. We will continue to work with the department and monitor these developments closely throughout the year. As more information becomes available, both regarding state allocations, federal implementation timelines, we would need to return to your board with updated recommendations or budget adjustments to ensure continuity of services and compliance with program mandates. This slide provides an overview of education, recreation, and culture function, which includes a recommended budget of $17.6 and 172 positions. The county library system represents the largest share of this function, with a recommended budget of $14.2 million. One of the most significant challenges for the department is planned phased out of ARPA funding in late fiscal year 26-27. ARPA has played a key role in sustaining ongoing operations, and its conclusion will require the department to develop and implement a strategic plan to realign services with available funding. That planning effort will focus on preserving access to the services most heavily used by residents while evaluating where adjustments may be needed. In the coming fiscal year, the library will assess service usage patterns, community needs, and operational efficiencies to ensure that core services remain prioritized. This review will guide the development of a long-term strategy that balances service delivery with fiscal sustainability. Several infrastructure projects through the state's Building Forward Library Infrastructure Grant are also nearing completion. These projects will include safety upgrades and facility improvements across multiple branches are expected to be completed and open to the public in fiscal year 26-27. The library system will continue to support unincorporated communities through a $2.8 million allocation of Measure K funding. This investment helps maintain the library services countywide. The department also continues to operate its bookmobile services to communities without a neighborhood branch. This slide highlights an important update for the library department as we prepare for the expiration of the American Rescue Plan Act funding, which mentioned earlier has supported library operations for several years. At the conclusion of ARPA, the department will experience a reduction in ongoing revenue. In anticipation of this change, the department is beginning to plan for operational adjustments. Branch hours will be reviewed, and the department will implement reductions in operating hours where necessary to align services with available resources. The budget reflects a decreased reliance on extra help staffing to help mitigate the fiscal impact of this funding loss. These steps are intended to ensure that the library system can continue to provide services to the community while transitioning to a more sustainable long-term operating model. The department will continue monitoring service usage and will work to preserve access to the programs and resources most valued by the residents. This slide provides an overview of the county's recommended budget for debt service and general fund contingencies. The recommended budget includes 19.8 in contingencies. Of that, 10.6 is specifically allocated to address potential operational and policy-driven needs in the upcoming fiscal year. An additional $1 million is included to support the probation department, as mentioned, in maintaining minimum staffing levels related to disability rights of California. This reserve ensures that the county remains flexible and able to respond quickly as challenges arise, without disrupting essential services. On the debt side, the county administers all long-term debt obligations through one budget unit with $13.1 million in appropriations. These funds support annual payments on facilities and equipment financed over time. Maintaining strong debt service capacity is a key part of responsible fiscal management and helps preserve the county's credit standing for future capital investment. Together, these components reflect our continued commitment to financial stability, risk management, and maintaining the county's ability to respond to emerging needs throughout the fiscal year. On the previous slide, we heard about overall contingency, including the recommended budget. This slide provides a closer look at how these contingency funds support critical operations across the organization. The recommended budget, as mentioned earlier, includes $10.6 million in contingencies. The fund provides the county with flexibility to respond to unforeseen needs and emerging challenges throughout the fiscal year. This includes support for potential costs associated with future Sheriff's Academy, housing stipends for the sheriff deputies assigned to hard-to-fill aligned locations, and funding to help the probation department. These contingency allocations are designed to ensure the county can continue delivering essential public safety and justice services even as operational demands evolve. Overall, contingencies remain an important tool in maintaining stability and protecting service levels. This slide provides an overview of special districts, employment grant programs, and community development components of the recommended budget. Starting with the special districts, the budget includes $50.4 million in appropriations to support a variety of essential local services. These include landscape maintenance, street sweeping, sewer services, street lighting across communities throughout the county. Within this amount, county service areas represent $4.9 million and are administered by the Public Works Department. Public Works also manages the Kern Sanitation Authority with a budget of $24.3 million and Forest City Taft Heights Sanitation District at $1.5 million, both which provide wastewater treatment services to specific areas in East Bakersfield and Taft region. Additionally, the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority with a budget of $16.8 million is administered by the Aging and Adult Services and serves as the employer of record for caregivers who help eligible individuals remain safely in their homes. Employment grant programs represents $33.8 million in appropriations. These programs are primarily funded by federal Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act dollars and administered by their employer training resource. They provide a range of services including job training, on-the-job training placements, and employee assistance for residents seeking workforce opportunities. Community development programs total $27.3 million and focus on improving quality of life. especially for residents with lower incomes. These funds support neighborhood revitalization, improvements to public facilities, and development of affordable housing. The Community Development Block Grant Program accounts for $13.8 million, and Home Investment Partnership Program provides an additional $12.9 million. Both programs are funded primarily through federal allocation. Together, these three program areas play an important role in maintaining essential local services, supporting economic mobility, and strengthening communities across Kern County.
That was a long presentation, but we wanted to do it for one reason. The complexity, the volume, the share of services the county provides to our community are great. The challenges are great, and as I mentioned, you may hear many priorities today through our public hearing, but the role that we have, the balance that we have to accomplish is how do we serve the entire community, both in the short term and in the long term, and position the county to continue providing services for the future. This concludes our prepared remarks. We'll be happy to answer any questions for your board, or if your board is ready, we can open the budget hearings and receive public comments at this time.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the board before we open the public hearing? Okay, not seeing any. We will now open the budget hearing and receive public comment. Please come down to the podium.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors.
Good morning.
Thank you for taking, state my name right.
Yeah, sorry, let's get these mics figured out real quick. Just 1 second.
Robbie Miller, SOS Dog Rescue. Thank you for taking the time to consider continued funding for spay and neuter service.
Yeah, just 1 second, Robbie. I think it's my microphone for some reason. Yeah, whenever I turn mine on it. Okay, well, we're good right now. We'll start your time over here in just a second, Robbie.
All right.
Okay. If you want to start, go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. I'm Robbie Miller, a Kern County resident. Thank you for taking the time to consider continued funding for spay and neuter services. I know there are many important priorities during this budget process, and I sincerely appreciate your willingness to invest in prevention. The need in our community is tremendous. Every clinic fills quickly, and there are still long waiting lists. That tells us there are thousands of families who want to do the right thing, but simply need affordable access. For many people, private veterinary care is simply out of the reach. Spaying a large female dog can cost anywhere from $500 to $1,000, and many veterinarian clinics are booked weeks or even months in advance, or not even seeing new clients. Those financial and access barriers leave many pet owners with no real option. That's why these community spay and neuter programs are so important. They bridge a gap that the private market alone cannot fill. Without them, many animals simply won't be altered, not because the owners don't care, but because they can't afford it or can't access it. Spay and neuter is the one of the only few investment that pays for itself over time. Every surgery performed today helps prevent unwanted litters, reduces the number of animals entering our shelters, decreases the number of strays and animals in our neighborhoods, and lessens the burden on animal control and taxpayers. If this funding continues, we can keep building on the progress we've made. If it doesn't, the need won't disappear. We'll see more accidental litters, more animals entering an already overwhelmed overwhelmed system, more strays in our communities, and ultimately higher costs to address the problems later. Prevention is always more effective and more cost efficient.
Sorry, Robbie, we're gonna have to
All right.
cut you off there. Thank you. Okay, if we could, or if we could have our speakers just, you can form a line in either aisle, and we'll just go back and forth and make sure that everybody gets a chance to come up and speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Haratani. I'm a Kern County resident and the Director of Operations for Strength of Shadow Dog Rescue. Thank you for your continued support of public spay and neuter clinics. Our organization has also invested more than $500,000 and countless hours every day into this program as well. And we would not have been able to accomplish everything we have without the collaboration and investments made by all of you. We are on site and present at least 6 clinics a month throughout all 5 districts to ensure that every surgical spot is filled and every dollar is maximized to its fullest potential. The collaborative efforts of multiple municipalities, nonprofit organizations, and community partners are what makes this program successful. Together, we have completed tens of thousands of spay and neuter surgeries over the past few years, reducing pet overpopulation, easing the burden on our shelters, and saving countless animal lives. Thank you again for recognizing the value of prevention and for investing in a solution that benefits both animals and taxpayers. We sincerely hope to see continued support for this program, including the 2026-2027 budget and beyond, so we can build on the progress we've made together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, board members. I am Charles Shin, S-H-I-N-N. I would like to remind Kern County residents that the Board of Supervisors basically has a stranglehold on them from Sacramento, the bad policies that affect oil, agriculture, and water. And without those 3 items, that's what's happened to our economy. We can't collect taxes. We have fewer people working, producing edible food. We have fewer people drilling oil. It's right underneath our feet. We're transporting oil from halfway around the world at higher prices, expending who knows how much air pollution to get it over here when we could drill it right here. So if folks want to see a better Kern County budget report, they need to start voting for people that are willing to drill, baby drill, and produce water and stop the war on our small farmers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hey, good morning, board. My name is Larry Fernandez. I am a human service technician with Kern
Sorry,
County.
Mr. Fernandez, if you could wait just one moment.
I apologize.
Okay, we reset the timer, and then just if you could try and reminder for everybody just to speak into the mic so we can make sure to pick it up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Hey. Well, good morning, board. My name is Larry Fernandez. I'm a human services technician with Kern County's Department of Human Services, a member of SEIU 521, and a fixed Kern advocate. I want to comment on the public service crisis, how tax dollars are being mismanaged due to chronic understaffing and high caseloads, and how this negatively impacts our local economy. I've been with the department since 2016, where my current job assignment is a call center representative. I, like many of my fellow colleagues and coworkers, am a frontline worker, someone who the public comes to with questions and concerns obtaining essential services like healthcare, food security, or assistance with keeping their housing. We have been severely understaffed since the days of COVID and struggle to maintain current staff due to stagnation in competitive and comparable wages. Management would rather spread current staffing around to fill in gaps instead of investing in hiring staff to strengthen our foundation. We are working harder than ever with seemingly no relief in sight, which then creates these avoidable wait times of more than 2 hours every day to speak to our clients and to the community at large. Which then draws the ire from the public, which then leads us to not fulfilling our duty to serve the public that we were all serviced to do and you were all elected to do as well. Our motto, grounded and boundless, seems to be more focused on the first word by keeping our community at a standstill, exposing our most vulnerable communities to a game of chicken that you've created. And the longer you continue to turn a blind eye to these underlying issues, problems, and refuse to fix when it's brought to your attention, will continue to strain the staff you watch over and will continue to deny our community from having access to the essential services in a timely and an efficient manner. So I urge you, not just as the Board of Supervisors, but as fellow Kern County residents, to work with us so the essential services taxpayers are paying for reach the people who need them the most. And we urge this board to increase transparency, address chronic staffing shortages, and deliver the quality public services taxpayers deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Adele Contreras, a planner with Kern County Planning Department and a member of SEIU Local 521, a fixed Kern advocate. So I'm here today to discuss some issues that are going on in the Planning Department. So it's not the fact that people don't want to work, it's the fact that people can't afford to work with the county or in the county. Currently, the majority of our staff, including management, has 5 years of experience or less. According to the American Planning Association, knowledge transferred is vital to our profession, and it takes years for our training. It takes years for planners to get trained properly on their tasks that they need to do. Excuse me. Yet when planners, or just in general, when workers get the experience that they need from whatever department they're in, they usually tend to, or they will leave and venture out and go to other places where they get paid for their services. They get a fair paid for their services, and we see that a lot. You know, the retention here. It's so difficult to keep people here. I guess that's kind of what I'm trying to say here today. So I'm a little bit nervous. But I don't want to, repeat the same thing that my coworker said earlier. But I'll be quick about this. Retaining experienced planners is a taxpayer issue. You understand that, Kern County, the county is seen as a training facility more than a place to stay here long term. We tend to train people here, and within 3 years they're out and going to the city of Bakersfield or private sector or elsewhere. But we can't keep them here for the reason that the pay is so low. So again,
Understood. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
We're going to have to move on
Thank
to
you.
the next speaker. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Debbie Valandria. I'm reading for my wife who's homesick. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Socorro Valandria, and I'm proud to stand before you today as a SEIU 521 member and as one of the thousands of county employees who serve the people of Kern County every day. Most people will never know our names. They won't know who answered the phone when they were scared, who stayed late to make sure services weren't delayed, or who helped someone through one of the hardest days of their lives. But every day, they benefit from our work. Public service is more than a job, it's a commitment to our community. Today, that commitment is being tested. Vacant positions remain unfilled. Workloads continue to grow, work doesn't disappear. It falls on the employees who remain. We take one more because we care, but dedication cannot replace staffing and commitment cannot replace their wages. Many county employees are struggling to keep up with the rising cost of living while continue to provide the high-quality service our residents deserve. When experienced employees leave because they cannot afford to stay, the county loses valuable knowledge and our community feels the impact. Every budget reflects what we value. If we value public service, then we must value the public servants who make those services possible. We are not asking for special treatment. We are asking for the investment needed to recruit, retain, and support the workforce that keeps Kern County running. Because behind every service the county provides is a county employee who simply wants the tools, staffing, and fair compensation to do the job well. Please invest in the people who invest in this community every single day. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Aldaz, A-L-D-A-Z. I am an office service assistant with the Kern County Department of Human Services, a proud SEIU 521 member, and a fixed Kern advocate. I work in the human service call center, which is often the first point of contact for families across Kern County seeking help with Medi-Cal, CalFresh, also known as food stamps, and other essential benefits. When people call us, they're often worried about how they will afford food, healthcare, and support their families. This year's budget theme is anchored through uncertainty, committed to our future. I believe that commitment to our future must include investing in frontline workers who deliver the public services our communities depend on every day. Yet the proposed budget identifies Department of Human Services as having the largest reduction in staffing at the time when our department is already struggling with chronic understaffing, high workloads, and employee turnover. Reducing staff moves us further away from the goal of providing timely, effective services to our Kern County families. In our call centers, families can wait hours just to speak with someone. At the same time, experienced employees continue to leave Kern County and since it's not offering competitive wages. Every vacancy increases the workloads on those who remain, extend wait times, and delay critical assistance for families who need help. You're going to keep hearing this over and over again, but this isn't just a workplace issue, it's a taxpayer issue. Taxpayers expect their investment in public services to deliver results. If we are truly anchored through uncertainty and committed to our future, that commitment should include retaining experienced employees and ensuring departments like DHS have the staffing needed to serve our communities. I urge the board to invest in the workforce that makes these essential services possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Patricia Gomez. I am an administrative coordinator with Kern County Planning Department, Community Development Division. I am a SEIU 521 member and a fixed Kern advocate. I'm here today because taxpayers deserve a county government that delivers results. Instead, we're seeing the consequences of chronic understaffing, growing workloads, and public dollars that aren't being put to work where they were intended to. Over the past 4 years, the county's reported balance funds have continued to grow. The general fund has increased by 82%, the behavioral health fund by 56%, and the public safety realignment fund by 309%. Meanwhile, Kern County communities to rank among the worst in California for opioid deaths, suicides, and the growing of our unsheltered population. Those numbers should concern every taxpayer. Take Child Protective Services as one example. Public service realignment funds were intended to strengthen essential public safety programs like CPS. Yet, despite recommendations from last year's grand jury report, staffing in that department has been reduced for a third consecutive year. This year's grand jury report also found that auditor's office is so understaffed that required county audits are falling behind. Without those audits, taxpayers have fewer answers about whether public dollars are being spent effectively and whether departments are delivering the services residents expect and pay for. This isn't about spending more money for the sake of spending more money. It's about using the resources we already have responsibly, improving transparency, and investing where taxpayers were promised their dollars would go. We urge the board to increase transparency, address chronic staffing shortages, and ensure taxpayer dollars deliver the quality public services Kern County residents deserve.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chairman Peters and Supervisors. My name is Michelle Peters, and I'm really grateful that this board continues to recognize the importance of investing in the welfare of our community through programs that help people care for their pets. So I just want to say thank you for continuing to include funding for low-cost spay and neuter in this year's budget. These dollars from the general fund and from Measure K may look just like line items on paper, but they're much more than that. They're prevention. They're what keeps us from digging the hole even deeper with shelter intake and pet overpopulation. I also want to share something I've seen firsthand. As I've been canvassing neighborhoods and sharing information about these low-cost services, it's really changed my perspective. There are so many people who genuinely want to do right by their animals. They want to be responsible pet owners. They just need access and information, so they're not unintentionally contributing to the overpopulation issues that we face. As someone who volunteers in this space with Kern Safe Animal Coalition, I see it pretty simply. Every family that can access affordable spay and neuter is one less litter entering our shelters, and that adds up quickly. This kind of investment is what creates long-term change. It helps residents, it helps our shelters, and it saves taxpayer dollars by preventing problems instead of constantly reacting to them. So I encourage you to adopt the spay and neuter funding as proposed and keep this work moving forward. From what I'm seeing out in our community, these resources are reaching the people who need them, and we simply can't afford to stop now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Shanika Hawkins, and I am here today on behalf of the dedicated employees of the Child Support Department. I am also a member of SEIU 521 and Fixed Kern Advocate. Every day, our staff helps families achieve financial stability. We locate parents, establish paternity, enforce child support orders, and collect millions of dollars that go directly to children and families in Kern County. Our work is demanding, emotionally challenging, and essential. Our impact goes beyond collecting child support. When children receive consistent financial support from both parents, families are less likely to rely on programs like CalWorks and CalFresh. By helping parents meet their financial responsibilities, we reduce the burden on taxpayers while strengthening the families. Every dollar that we collect helps prevent greater public costs. Unfortunately, low wages are driving experienced employees to neighboring counties and private employers for more pay. High turnover increases training costs, leaves remaining staff with heavier workloads, delayed services for families, and loss of valuable experience. Ultimately, the children and families of Kern County pay the price. This is about more than wages. It's about investing in public servants whose work strengthens families, reduces dependence on public assistance, and saves taxpayers' dollars. Frontline workers will continue to sound the alarm. Taxpayers are paying for essential services that never reach the people who need them. We urge this board to increase transparency, address ongoing staffing shortages, and deliver the quality public services taxpayers deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. Hi again, Magdalena Lopez. Although I would like to start off by thanking the proposed budget from going 1.7 to 1.8 for the veterans. I think we could do better. Is it not the 250th anniversary of this country? I would like to propose that we raise that at a minimum to 2.5 million to celebrate, right? Why are we celebrating the patriotism if we're not going to take care of those who actually fought for it, who come back and need those mental health services, need housing, need assistance, that the federal government, day by day, they're getting cut, correct? I would love to see 2.5 at a minimum. I will repeat that again. To be true patriots, right? To really celebrate this 250th year. Along with that, I do live in downtown, and I would love to see more art. The bridge that was painted on Golden State Annex is still painted, so if graffiti is an issue or a proposed issue, it hasn't been. They have respected the art. It'd be amazing every day. It brings a little bit of joy. Please, more art throughout the whole city, not just in certain districts, but throughout the whole city. More shade, more trees, especially for the, a lot of veterans are unhoused. We should at least provide shade, at least, right? Again, I'm gonna finish off by saying thank you for raising it from 1.7 to 1.8. However, 2.5, let's really celebrate. Let's not just do a show of patriotism with costumes and fireworks. Let's put that money to good use. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Mojica. I'm a maintenance worker too with Public Works. Kern County Public Works Rapid Division, and I'm also a member of SEIU 521. We are asking the board to invest in Kern County stronger in safety. Excuse me. Let me start again. We are asking this board to invest in Kern County's stronger safety standards, better training, proper protective equipment, and fair compensation for the hazards that we face every day. People often underestimate what we do, but not just anybody can operate our equipment or handle hazardous materials safely. We work along the Sheriff's Department and code enforcement to clean up illegal encampments. We respond to illegal dumping, we respond to environmental hazards, and save taxpayers money by doing this work in-house instead of outsourcing it. Every day, my coworkers and I respond to hazardous waste that most people never have to think about, including used needles, toxic chemicals, oil, illegal dumping, and other dangerous materials such as fentanyl that threaten our public health and our environment. This work isn't just dirty, it's also dangerous. Workers have suffered serious injuries, including needle pokes that require months, if not years, of medical testing, and some of us, like myself, who have contracted valley fever while serving this community. Yet every day we continue to show up because we know our work keeps neighborhoods safe, prevents contamination, and protects families across Kern County. Whether you live in Bakersfield or Ridgecrest, whether you're a homeowner, business owner, or sitting on this board, you benefit from the work that we do. We keep our communities cleaner, healthier, and safer. Frontline workers will continue sounding the alarm. Taxpayers are paying for essential public services, but chronic understaffing and underinvestment is putting those services at risk. And we urge this board to invest in the workers that protect our communities and deliver the quality public service that Kern County deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker, please. Excuse me, ma'am. We're coming over to this side right now.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I'm here with a few residents. We're kind of all talking about the same thing,
No
and
problem.
I think they're not going to speak, but just wanted to make it known that they're here. Okay, thank you so much. So my name is Abby Power. I'm a policy advocate with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, and I'm here with residents of Fuller Acres and the community Unidos por el Agua that was previously known as Athol. And we would like to request that the county allocate funds for the acquisition and construction of a drainage basin to serve the communities. For years, residents have shared their experiences with extreme flooding in their community, and during heavy rain, many streets within the community are flooded, which prevents students from walking to the bus or school without having to walk through the water. Highway 184 also becomes flooded, causing students to walk on the shoulder instead of the highway, to walk onto the shoulder of the highway to avoid the standing water. While the county has done a good job of responding to pump water out, only a drainage system will address the problem throughout the community. In the long term, the community also hopes to see curbs, gutters, sidewalks, and a fully proper drainage system. We asked the county to start this process by funding the acquisition and construction of a drainage basin. The drainage basin is also an essential step of constructing sidewalks on Weed Patch Highway so that community members can walk safely. Fuller Acres and Unidos por el Agua are located right off of State Route 184 in a 50-mile-per-hour speed zone. And there have been multiple pedestrian fatalities, and there are bus stops for Kern Transit and Lamont Elementary School. And Caltrans is currently conducting a rehabilitation project and not installing sidewalks at this time because there is not a drainage basin, along other factors. We are grateful for Supervisor Couch's efforts to work with Kern COG to move forward this goal of constructing sidewalks, and we want to ensure that this effort is not impeded by the lack of a drainage basin. And we also wanted to request, I want to thank the county once again for helping bring streetlights to Fuller Acres. The community of Unidos por el Agua, just north of Fuller Acres, are also in need of streetlights and are starting the streetlight process with the county public works. And residents would like to request that the county allocate funding from the community development block grant to pay for the construction of the streetlights when it is time to construct them. And I think a few residents would like to speak as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do we need? Okay, sorry, we need translation for one comment. You can go first.
Hi, I'm Irene Sanchez. I live in, you sure? Because she,
Or you can go first.
yeah, I could go
Irene's
first.
gonna comment in
Yeah.
English and then we'll.
What's it called? So sidewalks are really needed because the children unfortunately do walk closer to the side. And there's been a lot of fatalities because we do live on a highway. So people unfortunately do get hit and killed. And, there's an increase on hit and runs here, pedestrian versus vehicle, and that's a safety issue. So I believe we really do need the drainage basin, I believe that's what it's called, and curbs/sidewalks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hola, mi nombre es Alicia. Mi nombre es Alicia Hernández. Vengo del área de Unidos por el Agua. Estamos.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Alicia
Hernández.
Hernandez. I'm here from the group United for Water.
Estamos pidiendo presupuesto para el alumbrado público.
We are requesting to be included in the budget for public lighting.
Y también no tenemos drenaje y también no tenemos banquetas.
Also, we lack drainage and we lack sidewalks.
Es a un área muy pequeña y somos un área muy abandonada
It's a very small area. We feel abandoned,
y no nos hacen caso.
and we are not listened to. We are ignored.
El agua también está muy contaminada en esa área.
In that area, the water is very contaminated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please. And just a reminder, if we have any other additional public comment, if you could just form a line so we can get everybody up here as efficiently as possible.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Board members. My name is Diana Mireles. I'm a community organizer with Center to Raise Poverty and the Environment. I'm here just to encourage you to invest more the money on road improvements. We've been doing that advocacy for years in the community, and we see all those improvements in some of the communities that we work. So, and in the past, I give you like a list. All the time I provide a list, so I don't know if you want to keep just for record. It's the list, I'm sorry. That's the list is for all the residents that they asking for the improvements in the communities. The reason that they're asking for the road improvements, sidewalks, is because that prevents the pollution of the air. So it's all contaminated. So if we invest in those sidewalks, it's reduced a lot the contamination for the air. And also it helps to the residents to walk to the stores. That way they not use the cars because it's all dirt. Also, the reason that some of the residents, especially in Arvin and Lamont, is asking is for all they have to drive to the, they are farm workers and they have to drive, and the road, they are not in good conditions. So some ones they have accidents that they are not reported because it's just because of tire. The batches, there's something, it's the tires, and they're not reporting because it's not a big deal, but they're affecting their cars. So that's why it is very important to invest on the road improvements and parks. And thank you for all the other, again, projects that are being done. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dora Hernandez Jara. I come here from La Colonia Mexicana in Shafter. We are one of 4 disadvantaged, underserved communities 3 miles south of Shafter. I have lived in La Colonia for 75 years. I am a retired high school teacher, and I have been an activist in the community for over 50 years. Just like Ms. Hernandez, the other one was saying that we started there. This is our 100th year anniversary, and we have had most of our infrastructural developments and recreational amenities developed in the past 50 years. And I want to thank Supervisor Couch for being instrumental in his tenure while I've been working in the community for our most recent developments, which is installation of sidewalks. We still don't have street cleaners, so we have community campaigns to clean up the streets and help the elderly clean their yards. And last October, we got a pocket park and a basketball court. Our kids always played in the street. There was nowhere to play or congregate, so that is our central focus in the community. And I just want to share that one of our longtime community members, Mary Aburto, she is the owner, operator, and manager of La Gardenia. She was born in La Colonia in 1930, and she just passed away a couple of weeks ago, so that left a big void in our community, but she will always be an icon in our community. We formed a nonprofit, which is called La Colonia, and our focus after all this infrastructural development is to get equitable services for our community. And one of those, we are encouraging the board to
I'm sorry.
seek
we're-
literacy for the disadvantaged communities.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Okay. Buenas tardes a los supervisores.
Good afternoon to the supervisors.
Para continuar, mi nombre es Refugio Valencia y yo trabajo para la organización de Center on Right, Poverty and the Environment.
My name is Refugio Valencia, and I work for an organization named, ¿cómo?
Center on Right, Poverty and the Environment.
Center for Race, Poverty, and the Environment.
Okay,
Yeah,
Center
thank
for
you.
the Race, Poverty, and Environment.
CRP. Y para seguir con el proyecto en la colonia,
In order for us to continue with the project in the Colonia,
y el año pasado pues, se hizo la inauguración del parque,
last year there was an inauguration for the park, the grand opening,
pero faltaron algunas cosas ahí en el parque.
but there were some things lacking in that park.
Ahora pues queremos que el supervisor Couch considere alocar recursos para esas áreas.
Now we ask Mr. Couch to set aside some funds for those areas.
Otra de las cosas que se necesitan ahí es
Something else that's lacking there is
una pequeña área para que las personas de la tercera edad hagan ejercicio,
a small area set aside so elderly people can exercise.
ya que todas las personas que viven ahí en la colonia, Mr. Couch, son personas mayores.
Being Mr. Couch, that most of the people that live out there are elderly people.
Entonces ahora ellas se preguntan, ¿y nosotros dónde hacemos ejercicio?
So they ask ourselves, where are we supposed to exercise?
Entonces por esa razón estamos buscando la manera de cómo se acondicione una pequeña área ahí en el parque.
That is why we are seeking a place to condition a small area in that park.
Y esta pequeña área sería con un piso que está acoginado para si se llega a caer una persona, no
This
se vaya a
place would
fracturar.
include a cushioned floor in case one of the people were to fall.
También pues, las áreas de juego de los niños no tienen algo que cubra el sol.
Also, the children's play area lacks a sun cover.
Y el sol aquí ya saben que es demasiado bravo.
As you know, the sun here is very strong.
Thank you.
Thank
Gracias.
you.
Thank you. Okay, not seeing any other public comment, we'll bring it back to the board for any questions, discussion. Okay, not seeing anybody buzz in, I will ask the board to consider the consent agenda with a motion to approve the recommended budgets as printed for items 5 through 20, adopt resolution for the public employment grants, item 11, and community development grant programs, item 12, and adjourn as the Board of Supervisors and reconvene as the Kern Sanitation Authority.
So moved.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
The motion is approved. All ayes.
Okay, thank you. The board is now sitting as the Kern Sanitation Authority. And I will ask if there's anybody that would like to speak on this item, number 21. Yeah, no problem. Okay, not seeing any, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion on item 21 and to adjourn as the Kern Heights Sanitation Authority and reconvene as the Ford City Taft Heights Sanitation District.
Second.
Thank you. Please cast your votes. Okay, would any members of the public like to speak regarding item number 22 on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion to approve the consent agenda for the Ford City Taft Heights Sanitation District, item 22, and adjourn as said district and reconvene as the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority.
So moved.
So do we have to take comment on that?
I asked at the beginning.
Got it.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay. Thank you. Please cast your votes.
The motion is approved. All ayes.
Okay, thank you. We are now sitting as the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority, and I will ask if there's anybody that would like to speak on that agenda item, which is item number 23. Okay, seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda for In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority, item 23, and adjourn as In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority and reconvene as the Kern County Board of Supervisors.
So moved.
Second.
The motion is approved. All ayes.
Okay, thank you. And that takes us to item number 24.
Excuse me.
And that will be the adoption of fiscal year 26-27 recommended budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If Ms. Gregg will put the projection. Before we finalize the budget, I want to thank your board for your leadership and your guidance. I want to thank Supervisor Couch. I know it's his last budget, and he has been a fearful advocate for his district. My fellow accountant, fearless. Fearless. And fearful. My fellow accountant knows the numbers better than I do.
Good.
So as we conclude the budget, I know you heard about spay and neuters. I know you heard a long presentation. There are a lot of things this county does for our community. I know we heard about being bureaucratic, but I can tell you when our employees provide their services, they're not bureaucratic. They do the best they can with the resources we provide for them. So I want to thank them for all their efforts. You heard from some of them. I know they're challenging. These are challenging times for the county. Cost is increasing. Revenue is not growing, and so it's happening in every household. So I want to make sure that they know that that's not, we hear them, their challenges happening everywhere, and we'll do the best we can to support not only our community, but our employees. So to finalize the budget adoption, your board just approved the budget as printed with your consent agenda. Right now, you will close the hearing, adopt the resolution approving the fiscal year 26-27 budget for the County of Kern, and your board will need to approve the resolution amending the salary ordinance by reference to Appendix B, and refer to Human Resources to amend the departmental positions and salary schedule. Your board can approve these actions by motion on staff.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say thank you very much for everybody's hard work on this budget. I know a lot goes into it, and especially in times like this where we're in a little bit of a down budget. I know that everything that we're doing is trying to provide the best service possible to not only residents, but to also make sure that employees are taken care of as well. But it's all done while trying to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars, and that's a lot to try and balance, but you guys do a great job of it, so I appreciate that. And Supervisor Perez, did you want to make some comments?
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair. You guys are so impressive, the team of Kern County, and I mean it. Today was an extraordinary showing again of how strong our administrative family is as a body in this a unit within this body, and it is clear that you are lockstep, that you are absolutely devoted, creative, and brilliant. That is very, very clear to me. So I want to say thank you. You guys have administered and helped me invest $50 million in Eastside Parks, which is just unprecedented and incredible. You hear Couch get more praise than he deserves, in my opinion. But you could tell that Couch has delivered in his district, and you hear it from the people. And that's not possible without you guys. I appreciate you so much. These are tough times that we're coming into. You see a huge majority of our budget devoted to public safety. You hear complaints about that. I appreciate the sentiment. If you look at the polling of the people of Kern County, you better believe it's #1 priority, and not just here, but all the 58 counties in California. And I'm gonna suggest that that's true across the nation, that is absolutely what the public expects from us. They're very, very serious about it, and you see that reflected in the polling, and you see that reflected in the budget. So I want to say thank you. All the issues are important that have been raised today. Every single one of them is critical, and I appreciate you for what you do to your part in fixing Kern, because I feel like we're in that methodology together, and sometimes that just isn't recognized, and that's unfortunate. But nonetheless, I appreciate the spirit of excellence by which you have demonstrated today you care so much about Kern County and all the residents here. So I tip my hat to you, and I'll make a motion on staff's recommendation.
Thank you, Supervisor Perez. Supervisor Couch.
I'll second it. And I just wanted to, I was going to comment also that you said it well, but Elsie, you do a great job at this. Alex, you do a great job at this. The CAO's office in general does a great job at this. But all of you guys, all departments coming together and having it all be on the consent agenda is, it's just a, thank you, first of all, because it makes our job a whole lot easier. But it's a true, I mean, it's really a testament that how professional you guys work as all of you work as a team. And I want to compliment you on that. It's my honor to, did I second it already? To second it since it's my last one. I'd like to make the motion, but I'll second it. I'll take that motion away from you, Perez. And I'll make that motion and I'll allow you to second it. How's that?
Thank you.
Okay.
I will, with allowance, second his motion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
The motion is approved. All ayes.
Okay, I believe that takes us to the end of our agenda, and I will entertain a motion to adjourn to closed session.
Second.
Okay, without objection, we're adjourned in honor of Mike Pettit.